Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call today's Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting to order. Today is Monday, September 10th. And at this time, as is customary, I am asking all CRA board members to disclose whether they have any ownership interest or controlling interest whatsoever, indirectly or directly, that is associated with property within the boundaries of the CRA, and unless board members have been involved in any recent real estate transactions, I bet I can guess who will say yes and who will say no. And then starting with Councilwoman DeWeese.
No.
No, sir.
Councilman Wu. Myself, yes.
No. Negative.
I'm a resident of the CRA.
Yes, I'm both a resident and a property owner. All right. Let's move on to our first action item, that being the approval of our previous August 20th CRA board meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as submitted. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. Our next action item is a bit of what I would call clerical housekeeping, and it is the termination of the lease agreement between the Community Redevelopment Agency and the City of Pensacola. At this time, I am calling on CRA Administrator Ryan Winterberg-Lipp to give us an articulate, easy-to-follow explanation.
Thank you, Chairman. CRA members.
Thank you, Sherry.
So what you have before you today is a termination of a lease agreement between the CRA and the city, the port specifically, for the property located in Block 11 of the Waterfront Tract, which is what you see on the map there before you. And it's color-coded. It's kind of a complicated situation, so we'll move through it, and feel free to ask me any questions as we go along. So the property is bound by Cedar Street on the north, Comendencia Street on the east, the vacated right-of-way of the former Gimble Street on the south, and Jefferson Street on the west. And it's commonly referred to as the Cedar Street parking lot, and that is the area that's kind of outlined in fuchsia on the map you see up there. So this lease agreement has sort of a long and circuitous history. First, in 1996, a lease agreement was executed between the City of Pensacola, the Community Redevelopment Agency, and Cedar Street Warehouse Incorporated. And that was the developer that redeveloped the adjacent warehouse into an office building. It's what you can see just to the northwest of the parking lot in question. So at the time, the property that we're looking at was comprised of several parcels that were owned both by the city and the Community Redevelopment Agency. The CRA's properties themselves were former sort of vacated railroad rights-of-way, so it was a very strange shape. And in 1996, if any of you recall, this area looked very different than it does today. The Comendencia Slip had not yet been constructed, and the waterfront was sort of unimproved industrial land. The area was filled with vacant railroad tracks and was a largely kind of abandoned industrial area. So in order to facilitate the redevelopment of this area, the CRA actually leased the city-owned parcels so that that entirety of that block was all under the management of the CRA to facilitate future redevelopment. The CRA then leased the entire property to Cedar Street Warehouse, Inc. for the construction of several parking lots. And that's the area that you see in yellow. The 1996 original lease agreement with Cedar Street Warehouse, Inc. included actually just the northern half of that block, which is lots 1 through 5 and 11 through 16 of Block 11. So that's the northern half in yellow. And in January of 2002, a new lease agreement between the city and the CRA replaced that original 1996 agreement, which was for a term of 30 years. And that new 2002 agreement specified that once environmental contamination on the southern half of Block 11 was remediated, that the parking lots constructed on that property would be leased by the CRA from the City of Pensacola for public use. So again, you have that same relationship where the CRA is leasing city-owned property. And that's the area that you see in teal on your map. And this 2002 agreement also stated that the section of Block 11 owned by the CRA, that oddly shaped parcel that was the former railroad area, would be deeded to the city of Pensacola in 2008 so that the entirety of the block would be owned by the city. And the CRA would then still maintain a lease with the Cedar Street Warehouse, Inc. for the original parking lots to support that private office development. That's the yellow area again. And then the remaining southern half of the lot would be reserved for public access, and that's the teal parking lot. So per the terms of the agreement, that environmental remediation was taken care of, and the CRA-owned section was deeded to the city in 2008 through a quitclaim deed. In 2010, Cedar Street Warehouse Incorporated actually sold the office building and associated parking lot lease to a new firm, Sin Qua Non Holdings Incorporated, and the parking lot lease was assigned to this new owner. So the original firm that developed this parking lot and the associated office building later sold the property, and the new lease was assigned between the CRA and Sin Qua Non Holdings. So over the course of the lease between the CRA and the CRA has paid an annual lease fee to the city and then collected the revenue from Sin Qua Non Holdings. But however, since 2007, per the terms of the agreement, the CRA has actually paid more to the city, in this case the port specifically, than they have received back in rent. So for example, in 2002, the CRA paid the port $32,875, but only received about $21,000 in rent. So there is that gap. So in order to, yes?
Why did we not receive?
I'm afraid I don't know why the numbers were not renegotiated at the time. I think the last lease would have been done in 2006. So I'm not sure why the numbers don't match. But for the original development agreement from, actually it would have been the 2002 development agreement, did specify that the leases that the CRA would pay to the city, it would increase over the course of time. So I think the specific details that are in years 1 through 10, the amount was X. It would increase in 11 through 15 and so on.
Thank you.
So in order to both reduce the CRA's expense and simplify a newly executed lease with Sin Qua Non, it is recommended that the CRA port lease agreement itself be terminated. And if the agreement is eliminated, the CRA would no longer serve as the conduit to this lease between Sin Qua Non and the port for the parking lot. It would be directly executed between the city/port and the tenant. So the area in teal would still remain open to the public 24/7. And then the Sin Qua Non lots in yellow would be leased during business hours to the office and be publicly available on nights and weekends. And then this will actually also be coming before you as committee of the whole through the port. And then, if approved, the new lease would be executed between Sin Qua Non and the city. So it's a lot of history. Are there any questions?
All right, that concludes Ryan's presentation. And at this time, certainly I entertain a motion or for further discussion after that.
Mr. Chair,
Or
do
if
we go
anyone would
over
like to
the,
ask Ryan questions?
one quick, I guess, housekeeping detail? Do we go over the recommendation as stated before us?
Yes. Would you like me just to read that,
Yes,
Councilman
please.
Gerald's verbatim? All right.
Yes.
After that presentation on the termination of the lease agreement between the CRA and the City of Pensacola, we have received a recommendation that the Community Redevelopment Agency terminate the lease agreement between the Community Redevelopment Agency and the City of Pensacola for the CRA's lease of property owned by the City of Pensacola at lots 1 through 20, Block 11, waterfront tract of the City of Pensacola.
Move the approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion, questions? Audience? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Next on the agenda, discussion items.
There are none.
There are none. New business. I will canvass all members before offering my new business. No. All right, thank you. Certainly, this is not an agenda item, and I'm just offering for all of us that basically, I think, for thought and future discussion, I think we have some issues that I look forward to us as a body beginning to, again, to formally discuss, and I would describe it as the CRA's responsibility, our role, our stewardship regarding surplus properties. I recognize there will be many issues that fall under that very simple label of surplus properties, such as just defining it, recognizing it, identifying it. We have all of our due diligence involved. Some properties that we have are basically unencumbered. Some you would describe as encumbered with perhaps any sort of environmental issues, title issues. We've got, in dealing with surplus property appraisals, a review again on the various legal methodologies that we have regarding that disposal, RFQs, RFPs, private negotiations. What sort of incentives would we consider to be productive and responsible to our taxpayers? The funding for site development, if any, that would be described as a public-private partnership. We are involved in one right now, for instance. Market studies, stormwater issues in our CRA, and just general timing of release of properties. I do not at all intend to get into any details, but I'm taking advantage of this chair position to, or just as you can, to offer what I think would be, again, today, just new business for future consideration, and welcome our action as again, as a board regarding this. Yes, Councilwoman DeWeese.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just had a question, because I do support us looking at this. Have we gotten any closer to a list of surplus properties within the CRA? Do we actually have access to that at this point?
Yes, we do. It is my opinion we do, and our administrator could certainly distribute that list.
And that, do you need a motion that we review that list, or what are you looking for, some sort of, because you're the chair, I don't know if you wanted to make the motion, so I'm just asking what you would like.
Let me back up. I certainly would entertain a motion. I was encouraged recently by the council, which happens to be comprised of a lot of members that resemble those sitting here, the council's progress and proactive posture regarding the private development, our first private development at the Maritime Park, and basically springboarding off of that momentum. I feel that there's a pulse reading that is, we want to participate and actually facilitate more redevelopment that generates tax dollars. That's kind of it in very simplistic terms, but with me introducing that as new business and then entertaining anything that, a motion that begins the distribution of information to the CRA board members, I think is a step in the direction as chair I would like to see.
Then I can make a motion that we review the list of CRA held properties, and that we also be made aware of the opportunity to declare them as surplus, or what other options we have as the CRA, and start to address them individually.
All right.
I'll second, okay.
All right, we have a double second. All right, a motion, and Councilman Gerald's, thank you for that second, and I believe you want to speak.
Yes, I have a question, because if we're concerned about the CRA, it's my understanding that there are other abandoned or properties that are owned by agencies other than other than the city, but they are within the CRA boundaries. And I'm wondering if we will address those or have an opportunity to address those properties as well. It's almost like if you were cleaning up the house and you only do the living room and omit the rest of it. And I don't want to go over this 2 or 3 times. If there are some other properties, in my opinion, that are abandoned, that are owned by other, particularly governmental agencies that are within the CRA boundaries, I think this will give us an opportunity to address those properties as well.
Yes, Councilman Gerald's, I believe that list certainly has been compiled, and perhaps using your analogy of cleaning the whole house instead of just one room, while we cannot take action on every room in the house, we can perhaps provide a very usable framework that we would hope we could lead by example.
That's correct. And in addition, to take advantage of the opportunity to encourage those property owners to take action. And I'll just be frank about it. I'm thinking about the old school board district office on Garden Street. I mean, it's just a big eyesore in the middle of everything. And if we're going to take care of business, let's just take care of business all the way around. Thank you.
I accept that as an amendment if you'd like to include all properties on the list.
All right.
You've already seconded it, so I think, right?
Let's roll.
Yes,
Well,
Councilwoman Pratt.
my initial comment was going to be that I hoped that we would broaden it at least to include the city, and I assume that meant all government-owned, because I'm sure there are a lot of vacant properties in the CRA that really we can't have a hold on. But I do hope that it will be a chance to have a discussion about what our policy is. It might not be a formal policy, but a general consensus of the council about what our role is when we offer up vacant parcels. I actually, Mr. Spencer emailed me back before he was on council with concerns about giving away property when others have vacant property that they're trying to sell. And so I think that's part of the conversation. So I look forward to it. And as part of the information coming, and this is something I asked Ms. Winterberg-Lipp about today, was there's a state CRA rule about having the public hearings on parcels. That's what we went through with the Hicksart, and I think I hope we can get a little clarification. I think it's all county, city, and CRA properties have to go through a public hearing if they were accumulated for economic development. I just think that would be a nice little reference point when we have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Pratt. Any other comments? All right, we have the motion, and our Councilman Gerald's amended that to include, in addition to CRA properties, other properties within the CRA that may be currently controlled or owned by other agencies. Councilwoman Pratt, certainly I understand your comment about within the city, but as sitting as a CRA right now, I'm going to ask or advise that motion basically stay specific to properties within the CRA. All right. So we have a motion and the second as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. And that passes. All right, thank you. That concludes our meeting. That was supposed to be a single tap.
Who knows what that was? Order in the court? Even if we can't call them.
Stinker.
Outstanding seats and everything.
It's up to yours.
Thanks, Ryan.
Welcome to Committee of the Whole.
Good deal.
First part of our meeting here, we open the floor up to members of the public to speak for 1 minute on any topic that you so desire. I'm hoping that there's some yellow cards there in the back. Yes, there are, for you to fill out. And if you'd fill those out and just hand them to the clerk, I'll recognize you for 1 minute. Okay? Then that moves us on to council actions. There are none for us to take. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, President Hall. And the first item on the agenda is termination of lease agreement between the Community Redevelopment Agency and the City of Pensacola. The recommendation is as follows, that City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute termination of the lease agreement between the Community Redevelopment Agency and the City of Pensacola for the CRA's lease of property owned by the City of Pensacola at lots 1 through 20, Block 11, waterfront tract of the City of Pensacola.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Public. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Councilmember Johnson absent for the vote. Item number 2.
Mr. President, the second item of the agenda is Cedar Street parking lot lease agreement. The recommendation is that City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute the proposed lease agreement between the City Port Enterprise and Sin Qua Non Holdings LLC for the lease of 2 surface parking lots owned by the city through Port Enterprise and located at Comendencia and Cedar Streets for a period of 3 years.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Audience. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Mr. Johnson absent for the vote. Item 3.
Mr. President, item 3 is a Escambia Consortium analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. And the recommendation is that City Council acknowledge receipt of the new Escambia Consortium analysis of impediments, AI, to fair housing choice and approve the AI as part of the Escambia Consortium 5-year FY 2010 through 2014 consolidated plan.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Audience? Oh, Ms. Myers.
I'm going to vote to approve the plan. I hope you all have read it, because later on in the agenda, we're going to have a presentation on outside agency funding. And one of the agencies that the plan makes reference to is the Pensacola Escambia Human Relations Commission and their role in implementing our fair housing ordinance. I have a lot of concerns over the effectiveness of that agency as it relates to the enforcement of our fair housing ordinance. I have given all of you a copy of our fair housing ordinance, so when we get to the part of our agenda, when we have a discussion about outside agencies, I want to address this issue with the council. We desperately need the Human Relations Commission, but we desperately need them to be effective and to carry out the public purpose for which we are funding them. So I just wanted to, if you have not read, and I assume that you have, the material from the consortium, it's very enlightening, very good, and but I did want to point out that I do have some concerns that have not been addressed in their report that I'll be bringing up later.
Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President, and if I may sort of tag on to that, that the Human Relations Commission is currently in a transition, and I believe at their next board meeting, they will be appointing a new executive director, and I agree with Ms. Myers that I want to see that agency become more involved and more effective in monitoring and implementing this plan and making sure that the needs of the citizens of the city of Pensacola are being appropriately addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Audience? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Number 4.
Mr. President, the fourth item on the agenda is subject amendment to Section 7, TAC 4, TAC 2 of the City Code, hours of operation, sale of alcoholic beverages. The recommendation is that City Council approve the amendment to Section 7, TAC 4, TAC 2 pertaining to hours of operation for businesses selling alcoholic beverages.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Public? Okay, all vote. Please vote. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Item number 5.
Mr. President, item number 5 is subject special magistrate request for lien reduction, 220 East Hernandez Street. The recommendation is that City Council consider a recommendation from the special magistrate to reduce the recorded lien against the property located at 220 East Hernandez Street. Approval is not recommended.
Move the approval. Certainly, that's understood. Moving the approval to not
Yeah, this is
approve
awkward.
the recommendation
It
to,
is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that the recommendation is the city council reject the recommendation from the special
I think that would be the
magistrate.
better, I think that'd be the better
I'll
way to
move
say it.
that we reject the recommendation from the special magistrate, et cetera.
but the recommendation, it comes back to the same thing because it was to not approve. So it's a matter of semantics here, but in any case, we're not
I think the way
approving.
that.
Yeah, and
Dr.
that's a
Braxton
better
is clear,
word. I
yeah.
mean, the wording, it's a little bit of semantics, but
Yes.
if it's to not approve it, that's where I'm headed.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, and if you'll see, the recommendation is that the council consider the recommendation. The recommendation of staff is not to approve. So you can either, at this point,
I
make
still
a
think
motion
Dr.
to-
Pratt's way is
Yeah.
much clearer, is to just reject.
I don't think a motion to
special
consider
magistrate's
does it any
recommendation.
good.
no, but if I may, you have two options then. You can then make a motion to accept the recommendation, or you can make a motion to reject the recommendation. Just to be very clear.
No, I'm just saying, instead of having a separate motion to consider and then a final motion to reject or accept, if we move to reject now, and then if that fails, we could move to accept.
I agree.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes.
Something that makes it final.
Yeah, we're fine. So we've got one motion on the floor, and that's to reject the recommendation of the special magistrate. Okay. And Ms. Marva Donald.
Was that seconded?
Oh, we need a second on that. Mr. Weiss. Are you Ms. Donald?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm here to petition for the lien reduction, and I want you to know that this is my paternal family's property. And when my siblings and I purchased it, some of my other family members had been residing in the property, and we had no idea that it was at the point that it was going to be given to the state or the city or whoever had it. So after the person that was living there moved out, we went and decided that we wanted to retain the property. So we went as myself and two of my siblings and my brother-in-law, and we purchased it. And when we went to the courthouse to purchase it, the representative, the clerk that was there said, "Oh, there are no liens on the property." Well, we didn't hear anything about there being any lien on the property until maybe a year ago. And when we heard about that, then I went through the process of trying to resolve the issue regarding the lien. And that's why I'm here. I mean, we've done everything that we were supposed to do to bring the property up to code, to demolish the dwelling, which was the reason for the lien. And, had we known that there was a lien on the property, we would have resolved that much earlier than having it get to almost $10,000. We purchased the property for much less than that because what we thought we were doing, we were resolving the issues with the taxes owed on the property. And so that's where I am. I would like, this property's been in my family, for 80-plus years, and I'd like to keep it that way.
Okay, please don't sit down, Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to maybe get some understanding as to why staff is recommending not going along with the magistrate, and as much as it seemed to be the consistency that we've done before in terms of reducing and just take care of the expenses. I can reflect back 2 or 3 weeks ago, or maybe a month or so ago, where a much more sizable amount of money we opt to go along with the recommendation. And I just can't understand what makes this one so different than the other ones, with the exception of that some verbiage in the summary that the family could have gone and saw that there was a lien on the property. What I'm hear from this lady here is that they did go down and there were no lien as far as they could determine. So I'd like to get some explanation as to why the significant difference of action with this particular property and all the others that we have reduced.
Yes, sir. The title search was not conducted on this property, and normally that is something that most buyers, the term is buyer beware. If you don't do a title search, then you not really know what you're getting as part of the sale. But let's set that aside for a bit. The other things that we have brought forward did not end up having any type of benefit to the individuals involved. They were either sold during the course of bank liens, or bank sales, and they were to put the property back on the market in essence. This property has been purchased. The lien is in effect. It has been in effect. It was not discovered by the individual that bought the property. It's really on a property owner to make that determination, and if we're going to set a recommendation now to move forward and not do or to accept a lien reduction in a case like this, then anybody can come in here who doesn't do their proper due diligence and say, well, I simply didn't know, and then we would be put in the very difficult situation of saying, well, we've done it for this person, how can we not do it in the future?
I guess that's the point that I'm trying to point out here, is that we have, in fact, did some forgiving on other lien properties, and it doesn't appear that we want to do that here. And the reason that they didn't do certain aspects of it, probably I don't consider that a prevailing factor that would make us not take under consideration the family-owned place for years and years, et cetera. So I would be more inclined to go along with the magistrate. And it had been reduced down to 4,000 and something, and staff did not even want to consider the reduction down to the 4,000. They wanted to do the total 10,000 or the 9,000. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilman, and once again, it goes to the fact that a title search was not conducted on the property, and this is something that every buyer has the responsibility to do. And for us to forgive this really is setting a new precedent, because then we are going to be ensuring, if you will, the actions of buyers who do not do their proper due diligence.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Myers?
Yes, I looked up the appraised value of this property on the tax assessor's website. And if I remember correctly, for tax purposes, the appraised value is like about $4,500. Do you know if that's correct?
It's $4,800.
$4,800.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a lien on a piece of property, almost $10,000, that's only appraised at around $4,500. And so I'm going to support the recommendation of the magistrate. We pay our magistrate to look at all the facts in a case. And, of course, we pay our staff to do that too. But considering the value of the property and the credibility of the witness here, I will not support the motion.
Okay. Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Mr. Townsend raises a very interesting point. And we have, on occasion, followed through on lien reduction requests. And I'll go as far as to say that sometimes, and I've been here around 12 years now, and it is notorious that owners come before us and say that they did not know. This isn't the first time we've heard that as a plea on behalf of the property owner. And the point that Ms. Myers makes, if the property is only worth $4,500, then it would be ridiculous and unreasonable to hold them to that. So I'm not going to support the motion to not go along with to ignore the request for a lien reduction. I think the prudent and the intelligent thing to do at this point would be to reject the motion on the floor or vote it down and give these people an opportunity to make adjustments. And it's not we're not talking about a whole lot of money here at all. And it would be unreasonable to hold their feet to the fire. And I do understand Mr. Reynolds' point that we will be opening a kind of a Pandora's box. But it happens all the time. And you are right. We do pay the magistrate and we pay staff to do the research, but I think we are bordering on the ridiculous with the amount of money that we're talking about. Thank you.
Ms. Tweese.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do have a few questions, and, well, one statement before I ask the question, that when we have something that is contradicting the magistrate's recommendation, and I'm not saying contradicting in a bad light, I'm just saying we're being recommended by staff to have a bit more commentary on what this is. But my question is, if you look at, counsel, that a lien was placed against the property March 12th of 2009, and Ms. Donald acquired it as a tax sale in May of the same year, is it possible that when whatever documentation she was given from the county, that there wasn't actually fees accruing? You know that if we have a violation, to our frustration, we have to wait 60 to 90 days on some things for the action of actually putting the fees on there. Is that the case? Is there someone that could answer that question about when this $15 a day was actually posted to this property or a lien put against it? It's saying it was in March, but is that activating that it's in violation, or is that accruing the cost? I'm just trying to understand how this could have been even a tax sale and the county not provided something as a tax record.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Weeks?
The fine started December 2nd, 2008.
Okay,
at $15 a day.
Okay.
Okay.
So when you recorded the lien, there was an amount that the county should have seen?
The lien was filed March 3rd, 2009. March 11th, 2009, it was sent to the clerk's office for recording.
So Ms. Donald stated that there was information given by the county that said it didn't have liens. I mean, do you have that documentation? Was it presented to the magistrate?
No, I just have the receipt, and the person that did the sale for me, she said, well, she said, I'm surprised. She said, there's no lien on it. I said, well, it's our property. There shouldn't be a lien on it. And I just have my receipt so we could locate that clerk. That's all I have.
Thank you. You know, I made a second on this because of the precedent-setting nature of this action that we're taking, and that it's hard to balance that out with misinformation that was given to Ms. Donald. My concern is if we say $9,600 and the property doesn't even have that value, then we're basically just, because of our lien, going to acquire this property as the city, and that doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. I will leave my second in place, just so we have taken action on that, but I'm not comfortable with how all this is laid out and what she's been through. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on committee? Dr. Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. President. This one is, lien reductions and all of those are one of the least fun things that we face on council. And we've had some real doozies over the years, but Mr. Townsend mentioned how is this different from some of the others. And in a lot of those cases, our rationale for reducing it was the person who was going to end up paying it had no involvement in that, in what happened. They were innocent bystanders. It's the bank or some other entity. That's what that last one was. The bank was like, we're going to foreclose if it doesn't get sold, and there was a buyer, so we made sure it got sold. In this case, it's tough because there's some conflicting things going on, and I understand the value of the property is very small, but it's almost, it's that low because the building had to be demolished because for years it was not being kept up. And so I think that the buyers went into it knowing that the value of the property was going to be low. And I don't like that the fine got to the level it did. But we're also looking at the neighbors in that area who dealt with this structure for a long time, waiting for action. And if we continue to reduce fines, when it's a situation like this, there's no incentive for people to clean up their act. So it's not a fun position to be in, but I think that for the precedents it sets, that we need to stick with the fine. And I think about when I moved here, I bought my lot and I had to get title insurance on the lot. I was required somehow. And then 6 months or whatever, a year later, I got my mortgage once the house was built and I had to get new title insurance. I'm like, well, it was insured already. Why am I redoing? And I thought it was Florida law that you had to. That was what was explained to me, and clearly it's not. But I just think that we need to make sure that we encourage homeowners, home purchasers, to see whether there's something that is offending the neighbors and how they can fix that. Thank you.
Ms. Donald?
The only damage to the home was after Hurricane Ivan. The roof was damaged and it had a blue tarp on it. And that was the premise for us either repairing the roof or demolishing the dwelling. Well, the relatives that were living there, we had no idea that they weren't doing that. This relative went blind due to diabetes and ended up marrying and moving in with his wife. So we had no idea that any of this was going on. And when the title changed, if they had notified us, then it wouldn't have gotten to $9,000, and it wasn't a huge eyesore, but we wanted the property clear because this issue seemed to be an issue for the city. So that's why we demolished it, because none of us, my siblings nor myself, had planned to move into that dwelling as it was. So that's why we demolished it. It wasn't that it was such a huge eyesore for the community.
Ms. Myers?
Thank you. The way I read the recommendation from the mayor's office, under financial impact, if we approve the mayor's recommendation that we reject the magistrate's offer, it says financial impact, if approved, the city of Pensacola would not receive $4,806.75. So let's be clear. We're still going to receive what is a hefty fine on that property, given the value of that property and the neighborhood that it's in. they're still going to be paying $4,800. That's about what the appraised value of the property is. So considering, I believe, all of the facts that we know, and that the special magistrate, I'm sure, had a very thorough vetting of this issue, I think that this is a fair fine here, $4,800. That's not chump change. And we're not talking about a piece of property that has a real high value. For $10,000, they may want to walk away from this property, and we can maybe put that on Mr. Spencer's surplus list. I don't know if it's in the CRA district or not. But I think that, that what the magistrate is proposing is fair and equitable, and I support what, I will not support the motion, and I ask council to support the magistrate's recommendations.
Anyone else on the committee? Ms. Dubuisson.
Good afternoon, Council. I believe I was in court with the magistrate on the day that this property was discussed, and I'd like to remind Council that this is a local family-owned property that the same family has owned for 80 years. I would also like to remind Council of the large number of speculative investment properties which this Council has forgiven liens on in order to facilitate sales in the past, which certainly were done only for the profit-making of individuals not residing in the community. And also remind Council that this family did fulfill its obligation of correcting the lien problem, so that we are in fact faced with an improved property, so that there is no longer the outstanding lien, which is not true of several of the properties which the city has previously forgiven liens on and then turned around and purchased in order to correct situations for the community. So under compassionate community support of an existing family, I believe there was a priority in our housing plan, our consolidated plan, that we would try to sustain existing families in the community by whatever means possible. This does not require us to expend $1. They have in fact expended dollars already, and I would just encourage Council to consider whether that might be a mitigating circumstance. Thank you.
Dr. Wu.
Mrs. Donald, from the time that you purchased the property till the time that you found out about the lien, if my math serves me correct, it was a period of 3 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, at least that.
I can't imagine in my mind why somebody would let 3 years of fines accrue if they knew it was accruing.
Exactly.
In other words, if you can buy something for $10, why put off buying it for 3 years so you can buy it for $150? So, you know, when you say that you don't know, I tend to believe what you're saying, because why in heaven's name, if you had the opportunity to stop the fines from accruing, why would any normal person not at that point go ahead and stop it? So I think Councilman Myers made some excellent points. She has persuaded me. We hire a magistrate to do this type of job. He looks at this situation all the time. I try not to be emotionally swayed by the fact that your family's owned this for 80 years, but that really is good to see the continuity. And I appreciate you coming to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from the public? Dr.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this is one, again, as I said, that it's a tough one. And Ms. Dubuisson reminded me that we did set one precedent a while back on the Blunt building, where we forgave those loans for that building that had been in terrible, those liens for that building. And those were significant, and it was a real problem. So, this isn't the precedent-setting thing. The Blunt building was a precedent setter, I believe. And so at this point, I will withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Okay. We don't have a motion on the floor, so to continue discussion on this one way or the other, we need some sort of motion.
In that case, I would move that we support the special magistrate's recommendation to reduce the lien amount to $4,800.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and just so everybody fully understands what we're doing here, the lien was actually recorded on March 12th of 2009, which means that if a title search was conducted, which is the due diligence of any purchaser for any piece of property, it would have been discovered. I just want to make sure that that's known.
Okay, the motion on the floor with the second is that we accept the special magistrate's recommendation of reducing the lien on this property at 220 East Hernandez Street to $4,800. Let's do it with a show of hands. All in favor? Okay, that's 8, 4, 1 opposed. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next item, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next item on the agenda is airport financing, recommendation of Coastal Bank and Trust. The recommendation is the City Council, 1, approve a loan not to exceed $6,300,000 from Coastal Bank and Trust, Airport Revenue Note Series 2012, to finance certain capital improvements at the Pensacola International Airport. 2, adopt the authorizing resolution subject to final legal review and change. And 3, authorize the mayor to execute all documents necessary to complete the transaction.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Audience? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Could someone run through the closing cost on this? I say it's not to exceed $70,000. Could someone explain that to me a little bit?
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Barker is here to address that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. President, and members of City Council. The closing cost, I'll just run down those for you, is for our financial advisor, Mitch Owens, is $12,000. For the airport consultant is $25,500. For the attorney, it is $17,500. That's the bond attorney. For Saltmarsh, Cleveland, and Gunn, for the parity letter and the information they need to close the deal is $8,000. And then there are miscellaneous of $7,000, which at this point, I don't see it being expended and will go into the project.
The 25.5, Mr. Barker, again, that was for, could you give that? I'm sorry, I was trying to.
For Mr. Mike Maroney, the airport consultant.
He's paid for this transaction.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Isn't he already under contract with the airport? I mean, isn't he already a consultant and gets paid $60-something thousand a year for that? From recollection, I believe.
He is. I'm not sure how much he gets paid, but Ms. Crawford may be able to do that. But on each of the airport issues, he does work in addition to what's required in his contract. And the charges he has here is for $25,500.
So that's over and above his existing contract.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Crawford can address that issue.
Councilman Johnson, yes, Mr. Maroney is under contract for the airport. His contract routinely requires him to provide assistance with our leases and our airline negotiations, our leases and our rates and charges negotiations, and he provides other assistance with us. This is a special issue. He was also served as our advisor during the bond rating agencies. It does require additional time. He is under a contract with us that has several years on it, but we are looking at going out for a rates for an RFQ for airport consultant in the near future.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. You said he has several years left on his contract, but you're going to put this out for an RFQ, so we must have an escape clause in his contract?
Yes, sir. And one other thing, Mr. Maroney worked very diligently. This is not something that has just come up within the last couple of weeks. This originally started with the SIB loan, if you will remember. And at that point in time, he assisted us with providing the documentation for the SIB loan. We realized at a later date that the SIB would not work for the city of Pensacola or for the airport, and we turned to local financing. He had to prepare the financial statements and also projections. And Mr. Barker, you can explain some of the other items he had to provide if he needs to.
Yes, sir. He handles all the information as it relates to the airport and any projections that are needed. And I think this has been going on since August of 11 that he's been working on this. And of course, no one gets paid unless a deal's done on the airport financing deals or on the city financing deals. So this is one that he's been accumulating those charges since that time.
The 17.5, that's going to the attorney again?
That's Richard Lodge, the city's bond attorney, and
Okay.
that's set in his contract. Also, $12,000 to Mitch Owens, who's the financial advisor for the city. And then Salt Marsh, Cleveland and Gunn, $8,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else on the committee from the public? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Dr. Pratt and Ms. Myers absent for the vote. Item 7, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next item on the agenda is subject authorization for work order number 1 with Atkins North America Incorporated Design Services, reconstruction and expansion of the cargo apron at Pensacola International Airport. The recommendation is that City Council approve work order number 1 with Atkins North America Incorporated for design services for the reconstruction and expansion of the cargo apron at Pensacola International Airport, contingent upon the receipt of a grant from the Federal Aviation Administration.
Move approval. Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. In the audience? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Are you affirmative on this?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that passes unanimously. Dr. Pratt absent for the vote. Number 8.
Mr. President, the next item on the agenda is subject authorization for work order number 1 with Hatch Mott McDonald, Florida, due diligence study for the airport stormwater management pit. The recommendation is that City Council approve work order number 1 with Hatch Mott McDonald, Florida, Limited Liability Corporation for due diligence investigations on the airport stormwater management pit.
Move the approval.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I get a little information, and I don't have my package in front of me, the extent of this due diligence study and the cost, and specifically what is it?
Sure, Mr. Vice President, and Ms. Crawford can address that issue for you. And Mr. Owens as well.
This is an airport project. As you know, there's a 27-acre pit that is on our property that has, in the past, we've had issues about trying to find out the exact permitting on that pit, the status of the permitting. As such, the city has stepped forward, Public Works, City Engineering, and we are looking at working as a co-venture with this project. Derek can explain some of the steps involved. This is the very preliminary aspect. It was money that was originally put into the Public Works budget. Derek? Derek?
Mr. Owens.
The airport pit is a long-standing facility that was previously recognized by the Florida Department of Transportation. There's approximately 2,300 acres drained to the pit, and when the Northwest Florida Water Management District took over permitting for this area, they no longer recognize it as a permitted facility because a tangible permit could not be located. All right. There's multiple players, stakeholders that are involved in this 2,300 acres, DOT being one of them, the county and the city and private development all drained to this location. So the main purpose of the due diligence study is the consultant has already established contacts with FDOT as far as funding through a compensatory project associated with the 3-mile bridge that's coming up in the near future. So we got some real funding opportunities that will help with the construction, if not pay for all the construction on the pond, and that's going to be the bulk of the due diligence study that they're going to be conducting in association with getting the facility actually permitted through the Water Management District.
And it's $45,000 fee.
Yes, and the fee is $45,000.
Thank you, Derek. That's good.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to ask, I know initial discussions about this pit were the possibility of using that stormwater to recycle it to all the ball fields right there at Roger Scott, Vickery Center, also the irrigation system on Summit Boulevard. That probably didn't make it past the Parks and Rec Department at the time because this wasn't being worked on, and It was a long process. But I just wanted to bring that up as a reminder that other cities have done it. I don't think it's a airport property, but, around their recreation area has water collection areas that are used for the fields. So if that's possible, is at least, maybe not the primary if it's usable while it's wet and if it does dry out in certain areas.
That's certainly
So
a potential that we could look at. One drawback would be that it is going to be a dry facility. It is highly sandy material, so water does not sit in it very long. And so, and that will probably be one of the conditions of the permit, that it be designed as a dry facility. So it will have to port water within 72 hours.
Okay.
That would also be required because of the wildlife mitigation in that area, or the aspect control of wildlife on that airport.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's a great thought, Councilman DeWeese. I remember when Roger Scott Tennis Facility, we built the clay courts there, that I tried to encourage staff to look at using reclaiming water to irrigate those clay courts. And, any efforts in that regard to enlarge this conversation, and, I would support reusing water, reclaiming water, whatever. But that's a great thought, Councilman DeWeese. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, public? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Item 9.
Mr. President, item 9 is subject property acquisition S2581, Campus Heights subdivision. The recommendation is that City Council authorize the purchase of parcel S2581, parcel ID number 14-TAC-1S, TAC-29, TAC-2000, TAC-009, TAC-003, in the amount of $57,000 plus $2,217 for closing and miscellaneous costs, plus $1,200 for legal fees, plus a 5% contingency in the amount of $3,021, for a total authorization of $63,438.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. And I was quiet at the beginning of the meeting, and now I feel like I'm talking on every issue. I apologize. But, I'm looking at this map, and, do we have any direction as far as maybe taking out a block instead of, hodgepodging? Are we just going after the friendly acquisitions? Or remind me what our plan is here on this, because I look at the map here, and in the airport executive plaza area, there just seems to be very few pieces left. It'd be nice if we could maybe take out that block and then annex that property into the city. I'm just wondering, could someone remind me of our long-term plan on this? Are we just kind of going after friendly acquisitions?
Ms. Crawford?
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Councilman Johnson, we originally started the project and we were focusing on residential properties. Most of the residents in that area had been in that area for some time. They had originally built their homes. Most of them were elderly. So at first we went through and we established a priority. There was a needs assessments done, and those that were considered urgent were already purchased, have been already purchased. And then there was a listing, a priority listing established. Recently, you approved an additional $1.2 million FDOT grant. We have met with the homeowners. We had a public meeting about 3 months ago, and at that point in time, we indicated to the homeowners that we were going to be focusing on the airport property from the old Bill Bond ball field toward Douglas and St. Anne's. At first, we were going to purchase toward Douglas. That would give us a Phase 1 block that we could start to develop. With the addition of the $1.2 million from FDOT, we are now proceeding toward the St. Anne's Airlane Drive.
You know, thank you, Ms. Crawford. And I just, you know, I've experienced eminent domain and inverse condemnation and all that stuff, and you know, it just really concerns me that some of these pieces of property, we've actually really taken them without taking them, because we're the only buyer for these properties. You know, it's known in the market that they're going to eventually be taken, or we're going to eventually acquire these pieces. So, you know, as we move forward, you know, that concerns me. If you look at one of these interior lots, these homeowners really only have one buyer, and that's us. And it just concerns me, and you know, I'm aware of it, and I've had actually some property owners in the area talk to me a little bit about that. So I just feel to be in the spirit of full disclosure, letting you know that, and I got some concerns about that. But thank you very much.
Is that it, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is there any comment from the public? Questions? Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, Ms. Crawford, I just, before you leave.
Yes, sir.
Because we were afraid you might depart, since there's no more airport items, is that Mr. Townsend had something for you.
Just a question. On the news this morning, I heard that the Pensacola International Airport was one of the highest regarding tickets and some other things, and they gave supposedly some rationale as to why. Is that going to cause a real terrific impact on us?
Councilman Townsend, thank you so much for asking. On Thursday, the USA Today broke an article about the top 150 airports and how fares had increased nationwide from first quarter of 11 to first quarter of 12. In that article, they cited airports that had increased significantly, and Pensacola was cited as that airport. I believe that in first quarter of 11, our average fare, which is a domestic fare to anywhere in the country, they add the fares up and they divide it by the total passengers. At that point in time, the fares were around $388, average fare first quarter. And I would like to reiterate that first quarter is always higher because it's January, February, and March, and that's when the airlines typically are, that's not a real high period for flight travel. When they compared it to first quarter of 12, our fares had gone to $464, and they cited that we had a 15% increase. And that's absolutely correct. From the first quarter of 11 to the first quarter of 12, we did. What they didn't tell you in that article was that Pensacola normally ranks about the 98th airport in the country, which is a very, very good thing for us. We're the 98th largest airport in the country. This looked at the top 150. It didn't look at all 432 airports in the country. If you had looked at all of the 432 airports in the country, you would have saw that we really do have low fares compared to the rest of the nation. If you had looked at the airports to our east, Mobile or Fort Walton, they don't fit in the top 150. They weren't cited. You would have saw that we do have low fares compared to them. But one thing that did cause that to go up, if you had looked at the first quarter of 11, you would have saw that we were significantly lower than most airports in the country. We were actually benefiting from our low-cost carrier and our other airlines in the area. They did increase their fares over the years, and it has been because mainly fuel and also pricing strategies changed. You know, used to you could get, on a daily basis, you could get like a $49 fare to Atlanta or a $49 fare to Orlando. Realistically, that is not economically beneficial for the airlines. They adjusted those, and so when they adjusted those, our fares went up. Are we the highest airport to fly out in the country? No, sir. The article might have appeared it, but that was, just did not know the true facts of the story.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation, Ms. Crawford.
Thank you.
Item 10.
Mr. President, item 10, subject, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, Council 79 Collective Bargaining Agreement. The recommendation is that City Council ratify the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Pensacola and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. From the public. Hey, Ms. Aguiar, how are you? Welcome.
How are you? Thanks for the opportunity, and I'm here to support the approval for the agreement between the City of Pensacola and AFSCME. And we worked really hard with the City of Pensacola, and we're really happy, as well as proud, to have been able to contribute towards resolving some of the pension issues, and at the same time, be able to receive a wage increase to our blue-collar workers. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone on the committee? Anyone else from the public? Oh, yes, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it may be actually early, probably should ask this question on item 12, but when we, and I support this completely, I'm so proud of the negotiations, the way they went, and the flexibility of your organization, the new union. But we had some folks that are concerned about the negotiation, that because of the way AFSCME is structured, they're not able to be in that union, but they are affected by those negotiations. If you recall, the increase in income for the union employees is different from what they were offered. And so basically their rights and abilities within the pension and also pay increases were negotiated by a union that they could not be party to. And I don't know if anyone is here from, I think it's mostly from ESP. There may be some other workers that didn't fit within this guideline, that they were concerned about their rights. Has that been addressed? Because we did ask that it be addressed by staff and something be brought back to us.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to call on Mr. Rob Larson, who can address that issue. Thank you.
Members of the board, it's my pleasure to address you. In responding to your question, it's my understanding that staff is currently putting together a proposal for the general employees, but as of this moment, I'm unaware of any offer that has been made to the general employees who are not represented. And quite frankly, it's a little out of the scope of what I'm here to negotiate is for the union members. And I did, however, meet with the non-represented general employees, and we had a conversation, and we did understand and appreciate their concerns as you've raised them, and I believe the city is looking into that, but at this particular point in time, it is primarily focused on the union members and ratifying the agreements, and then once we know and understand and appreciate what that entails, then we can turn our attention to fairly compensating those who are not in the union.
So approving this today does not affect the remainder of general pension employees that were not able to be in this union. That's what I'm trying to make sure of. I'm sorry, I'm not talking in the microphone. Let me get over here. There. So I would like an answer to that question before we vote, just so we know who this is affecting, if it's only AFSCME employees, because it states later on in our ordinance changes that it's to the general pension. So that's a bigger consideration for us.
Yeah, we can go ahead and try to address it now, but I think you're right. I think that more appropriately answered in item 12.
Okay,
but
I'll hold that question
okay.
till item 12. I just wanted to make sure this isn't affecting them.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Myers.
Yes, I'm glad that you've raised this issue, and I do believe it is appropriate under item 12, I believe, is when that issue comes up regarding an amendment to the ordinance. I did have several employees contact me regarding their concerns and an email. And what I suggested they do is come down here and express their concerns. I don't know if anyone is here to do that. I don't know why they're not here. But anyway, I'm glad that we're going to be having a discussion regarding the issue of revisions to the ordinance, but I will support this motion.
Okay. Anyone else on the committee? Anyone else from the public? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Item 11.
Mr. President, item 11 is subject Florida State Fraternal Order of Police Incorporated, FOP, Police Lieutenant's Tentative Agreement. The recommendation is that City Council ratify the tentative agreement between the City of Pensacola and the Florida State Fraternal Order of Police Incorporated, FOP, Police Lieutenants Union.
Committee?
Move the approval.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Discussion. Ms. Deweese.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just have a question more for clarification, that we are approving a tentative agreement. Can you refresh my memory if that is something that we've typically done in the past? I know we've had information brought to us as information items, but why is action needed at this time on the tentative agreement?
Mr. Reynolds.
Essentially, what is occurring is council is approving the agreement. It is a tentative agreement at this point that then becomes ratified, if you will, by council. And this would be something, any union agreement would have to be approved by this body.
Okay. So now, so this has been voted on fully by the union itself?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I wanted to
Okay.
make sure of.
And I guess I'm following up on that there's a sentence here that it is understood that some parts of this agreement will be held in abeyance and may be modified once agreements reached with officers and sergeants. And I was wondering, which parts?
Mr. Larson?
Currently, I don't understand.
Need in the matter.
It is
The-
understood.
Excellent question. The parts of the agreement that will be held in abeyance are the parts that deal with the pension. The pension is one pension that applies to all three of your police bargaining units. You have a police officer bargaining unit, a sergeant's bargaining unit, and a lieutenant's bargaining unit. We're obligated as the city to bargain with each particular unit. This is the lieutenant's agreement. They came to us. We negotiated with them. We have reached this agreement. We believe it's a favorable agreement for both the lieutenants and the city. But this, however, is one step in that process. We believe it to be a template, however, for what we would like to accomplish for the sergeants and the police.
And one of the concerns I've had is we've sort of tried to do some pension reform in the past, and we started with some incentives and things start falling apart, because to get to the bargaining with all of the units, to wait on all of those things is a cumbersome process, but workable. And I am excited that we are at this point. One of my concerns, though, is once we ratify this, then the members of this union get all of the benefits, but we don't get what we were looking for, which is the pension reform, unless the other units agree to it. And one of my questions then, and I know that dealing with unions and negotiations is dicey legal water, but in addition to the pension issues being held in abeyance, can we also include item 6, which is the salary classification increase, et cetera, in abeyance until we can have both parts ratified, or once the officers and sergeants ratify the changes to the pension plan that we're looking for, then we will have received the benefit for the citizens that we were looking for, and we will be able to give the sergeants the benefits in this contract.
Mr. Larkin, if we did that, would that put the city in any kind of position with the union and, it's labor negotiations. Would it be considered unfair labor or practice to be able to do that after the union's voted on it?
Well, no, not necessarily. What would have to happen is that the council would have to not ratify this agreement in order to have the bargaining team go back to the table and renegotiate the terms of this. So the council will have to essentially vote this down if that is what the council wishes. Now, in terms of what this gives to the city, this gives your senior officers, the most senior group of this bargaining unit, of these three bargaining units, came to the table, willingly negotiated with us for these terms. In addition, we have wage compression issues that we recognize over at the police department. We have situations where sergeants are making more than the lieutenants that are supervising them, and police officers making more than sergeants. And so in addition to what we want to accomplish with the pension reform, we also wanted to accomplish some management prerogatives and hopefully change those types of situations to not de-incentivize promotions, but incentivize it, encourage people to move up in the ranks. And so what you see here is an agreement that was negotiated with this bargaining team, with the lieutenants who came to us, and quite frankly, they deserve a lot of credit for that. And they showed a lot of leadership, and we're proud of them for coming to us and showing that leadership and reaching this deal, and I believe it to be a favorable deal.
And I appreciate all of the effort on it, and I appreciate their willingness to negotiate it. My concern really is with, I've seen us get burned on pension reform before, and in the process, when we were previously dealing with it, we had considered using leave buyback as an incentive, and then we started doing it for some, and then everybody's like, well, we want to jump on, and we didn't hold the line. And so this is a real concern for me. Partially the way I think of it is once we approve this, then the lieutenants really don't have much skin in the game on the pension reform. Most of them are in drop. And so they won't really care one way or another if that part falls out. But if we hold more of it on the line, then they still have an incentive to help us work towards the pension reform that we've all been looking for. I support this agreement. I'm sorry that I feel like the only thing I can do in support of this agreement and in support of the pension reform would be to vote against this. I was hoping that if some things could be held tentatively, I mean, are the tentative things, were they negotiated that we would hold them tentative? Is that part of the agreement?
When we reached a tentative agreement, that's the global agreement. Okay. Now, some aspects of this agreement take place at different times.
Okay.
For example, some of the compensation issues take place when it's ratified in October. Now, obviously, I have no crystal ball and cannot predict the future, but I completely and wholly understand and appreciate what your point is, and that would be what do we have to hold on to ensure that the lieutenants will support this. And all I can tell you is it's from my perspective, from the lieutenants that are here, and from the city's perspective, we believe they will.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to go back to my question about tentative, and I think this is the question that I meant to ask. Is this a tentative agreement because of the items or issues held in abeyance? Is that why it's considered tentative?
No.
There's more to it than that. Okay.
Yes and no.
Okay. But if we, instead of saying no to it today or trying to change number 6, can we approve this subject to the items in abeyance? Because that's the concern Dr. Pratt has, and we know that this pension issue is different for every employee, much less every bargaining unit. If there's 3 different bargaining units at the police department that have to come together on this, would that accomplish the same thing that the concern is about the pension issue being resolved? Can we approve the tentative agreement subject to the pension issue that is in abeyance being resolved? So that brings it back to us.
Yes. Well, here's the situation. I think and perhaps I may have confused some terms here, but it's a tentative agreement only insofar as it has not been ratified. Okay, once it's ratified, it's a final agreement. Now, the lieutenants stand as their own bargaining unit. So the city has its own contract with the lieutenants. It has its own contract with the sergeants and its own contract with the police. And any of those three groups can come in and negotiate on their own, which lieutenants did. Now, once the bargaining team reaches an agreement with the bargaining team for the lieutenants or the sergeants or police, whomever, then we memorialize it in a document which we entitle tentative agreement. It's tentative because they need to bring it to their members to get it ratified, and we need to bring it to the city council to have it ratified. Now, if the city council does not ratify it, then there is no agreement on any of the issues, because the agreement is what is written. Though that is the deal. And so the city council then either accepts or rejects the deal. And if it rejects it, then we go back to the bargaining table and we start over again. If it accepts it, then what you see in front of you in terms of the wage components that the union will receive, and in terms of the pension components, those will be coming back to the council at some later date.
So it has been voted on by the police lieutenants.
That is my understanding. The police lieutenants have ratified it.
The only reason it's tentative is because it has a dual ratification. It has two places to be approved.
Yes.
We have CMPA and council. So that word, it's not coming back to council. So if we approve it, subject to the items in abeyance being resolved, does that bring it back to council?
The only issues that will come before council, if the council ratifies this agreement, will be the sergeants and the police officers at some later point in time. And the pension changes that are negotiated and agreed to or not agreed to by those two entities, by those two units. If the pension changes mirror these pension changes, then it will be one agreement, essentially, one change to the pension plan. If, for whatever reason, and I don't know, I'm just throwing out possibilities, they're different than what we have in front of us today, then it will be different at that point in time. But I guess what I'm saying is what is in front of you today is either a ratification vote up or no ratification. And the wage components that you see in the agreement will take effect when they take effect, and the pension components will be held in abeyance until the other two bargaining units either reach an agreement or go to impasse.
And will they reach an agreement before these go into effect?
Before what goes in effect?
October 1st. These.
Chances are not. They will not reach. It's a possible, but I don't know. We have some bargaining sessions set with the police officers and sergeants, I believe, next week. I don't know what those outcomes will be. I'm hopeful that we will reach an agreement and have tentative agreements to give to council, but I don't know.
Okay, one last question then, because you'll have three bargaining units that will all be basically wrapped together as a pension reform proposal, and that will come to council.
Yes. Now, the council has already spoken with respect to the pension changes that the lieutenants will agree to. And I believe what you will see, or what the city's position is, and what we've gone all along with, is pension proposal changes like what you see in front of you today. And so that is where the city bargaining team is headed. This is the type of change that we are looking for, bargaining unit wide. And so to answer your question, yes, you will see a pension reform of some type globally for the entire pension that will apply to the lieutenants, the sergeants, and the police officers.
Okay, and then holding it in abeyance was a choice of the lieutenants out of respect for the other two bargaining units? Was that their only option, or?
That was their only option. And
Okay.
we have one pension plan, and all three are under
Have
it,
to wait.
so we
Okay.
couldn't carve them
All
out.
right, I'm all done. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from the committee, from the public? All right, please vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that passes 8-1 with Dr. Pratt in dissension. Okay, thank you. And item number 12.
Mr. President, item number 12 is subject General Pension and Retirement Plan Ordinance changes. The recommendation is that City Council approve the ordinance changes for the General Pension and Retirement Plan that were negotiated with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME. The effective date of changes is October 1st of 2012.
What's your pleasure?
Move the approval.
Second.
Okay, council, comments?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I will restate my question that I had during a previous agenda item about the general pension employees that are affected by the changes, the negotiation with AFSCME. They came forward at that time and actually sent council, every council member, a document about their grievances, about their concerns, that their benefits are being negotiated away simply because of the new union, but that also because they don't have an opportunity to be part of it. And that was to be addressed, I don't know, by someone on staff, if it was Human Resources or Mr. Asmar. But I don't recall ever getting clarification on that, and my concern with these ordinance changes would be how it affects them, since this is a general pension change.
Ms. Reynolds?
Thank you, sir. I've got both Mr. Barker and Mr. Penzone here who can address that issue.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. President, and Mr. Weiss. The issue is the same as Rob had just described as far as it relates to pension. When these pension changes go into effect, should council approve these, which have already been negotiated into the contract 1 through 6, then they affect all employees. And so that's in the general pension plan, that's remaining in the general pension plan. So you have one general pension plan, and so the changes affect all employees who remain in the general pension plan.
So it doesn't affect their main concern was these, but as well as their income, that these are changes to the benefits based on AFSCME's negotiations, but that because of that, their income changed as well, their opportunity for the same benefit as AFSCME. Do you remember their complaint?
I do, and the issue is they're not part of a union, so that is not negotiable, not required, and so there is no union negotiation on their pay. That can be dealt with separately, but not part of a union contract.
But it was addressed. And part of what was presented to council, they had less increase in income.
That's correct.
Right.
That was their concern, that if I recall correctly, that first of all, they had no say in the pension changes.
Right. That's what
And the other part was that the union was getting pay increases that they foresaw as giving up some pension benefits. And at this point, those have not been negotiated. They aren't negotiated. What happens is when this takes effect, the pension changes affects them, and there is no pay on the table for those employees.
And we continue to negotiate with them?
Well, it's not
Discuss
negotiated.
their issue? I mean,
Discuss.
I was hoping for resolution of that issue.
No, ma'am, it would be discussion, but there's no negotiation because they're not represented by collective bargaining.
Okay, well, and I'll support this today because of the progress we've made, but I would, if anyone's listening that has concerns, I know that we received a pretty lengthy document as council on this issue, that if there is resolution to it, I'd like to know. Thank you.
And I would like to add, item 7 is one of the issues that came from that group, not the union group, that they felt that in 97, had they known the plan was going to end up with these changes and that type of thing, there are some employees that did not buy back time that they could have. So that was added in. Item 8 is an item dealing with just really efficiencies for the election. In the last couple of times, there has been no one nominated for the position except the person that held the position. So the ordinance is also being changed there, that if there is only one member nominated, you don't have to have an election. Currently, you still have to have an election. So those two, 7 and 8, were added.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. So what we will be voting on, if we vote for the changes to this ordinance, will affect all of the employees. Is that what you're saying?
It will affect all of the employees that are in the general pension plan. If you recall, of course, it will not affect police and fire because they have a separate.
Right, I understand that.
And then you have people that have since since June of '07, new employees that were in the general pension plan go into FRS, so it doesn't affect those. It's just those remaining since the plan's been closed in the general pension plan that are not represented by the union because you have approved the union agreement in committee, so you've dealt with those group of employees. But the group of employees, which happens to be the majority, if I recall the numbers, the majority of employees that are in the general pension plan are not represented by a union.
How many?
Will affect.
How many employees are we talking about?
I don't have those, but I believe, Mr. Reynolds, that Shara may have those numbers.
I'm wondering why we can't just amend the ordinance to apply to only AFSCME members rather than all general employees.
It's my understanding you have one pension plan and that, like with the police union, it has to affect all employees. And so that's my understanding, that it affects everyone that's remaining in the plan.
Mr. Reynolds, do you have the number of employees who are not in the union who would be affected by the changes in this plan, in this ordinance?
Ms. Kuchera? We can get them for you.
When will we be able to get that information?
By Thursday.
I would like to put off a vote on this until we have the information I've requested, which we should have in just a few minutes, I assume.
Okay, so what we could do is we could just hold this item until after we cover the other items, or go ahead and pass it tentatively, and have that information available to us on Thursday night or later today. I just put off tabling this until the end of the meeting here. But I'll need a motion on that.
Second.
Okay. What?
So the motion is to table it, which
Until-
allows no discussion.
Yes. Okay, so I made the motion from the chair, and Mr. Townsend seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
No.
That passed. Nay. Okay, gotcha. All right. Discussion items, fiscal year 2013 budget, first public hearing response, Downtown Improvement Board questions, presentation. Welcome, Mr. Kimbrough.
Good afternoon. I'm going to attempt to respond to the questions that were raised at the last meeting, if that's appropriate. That's acceptable? All right?
Yes, sir.
There was a question raised about why the DI, or would the DIB consider placing its, or domicile in its office in the City Hall? Well, there's a...
Kim, could you bring the microphone up so the audience, if you don't mind?
How's that?
Perfect.
Wonderful. It has been a long-standing, that has been a long-standing issue. Every 5 years, the DIB solicits proposals for its office space. And it has consistently, certainly during the 8 years that I have been here and from the records that I have reviewed, throughout its history, I have not found one beyond that where it has where it has only considered office space that was within the boundaries of the downtown district. Unfortunately, City Hall is not in the downtown district. Therefore, it is the belief on the part of the property owners and the ratepayers that they should be have an office inside the boundaries of the district. The second question, as I recall, was that some clarification regarding the professional services. Professional services in the budget that we shared with the city includes the following items. It includes the purchase of marketing, graphics, website hosting, and public relations services from an outside advertising agency to the tune of $43,100. The cost of having an outside audit of the financial statements by an independent certified public accounting firm at a cost of $13,000. The cost of retaining legal counsel at the cost of $29,400. The cost of hosting 3 websites and renewing registrations for 4 domain names for $900, the upgrading of computer software for additional virus protection to the tune of $106, retirement plan management and amendment for $1,200, legal advertising for requests for proposals at $1,200, and contracting for monthly bookkeeping services at $17,600 for a total of $106,506. There was an additional question about the parking management reimbursement and office income. Those are offsetting expenses and income from one fund to the other. From the expenses occur actually in the general fund, and then those expenses that are totally parking related are reimbursed from the parking fund back to the general fund. And those items consist of salary, benefit, and payroll taxes for the office manager for the parking management district, implementation of the internal controls and operating procedures that were adopted 3 years ago, bank charges, insurance expenses, office equipment usage, proportional office rent. They pay for the little cubicles that they use inside the space, office supplies, postage, professional services, and telecommunication usage. And that totals $89,950. And I've got a detailed breakdown if you would like that. You want that?
Yes, please.
You want me to read that? You want me to read it? Or you just want?
No, I'd just like a
Okay.
copy of
Okay.
actually everything that you brought, since you worked so hard on it.
The intergovernmental fees, that is an in and out. You're absolutely correct. It is a revenue item in the form of the interlocal agreement that was entered into in 2005 between the CRA and the DIB. The DIB existed prior to the creation of the CRA. And as such, there is some question about the contribution on the part of the DIB to the CRA Redevelopment Trust Fund. As such, an agreement was struck with the city, since some of what the DIB and the CRA do complements each other quite nicely in 2005, so that the amount the DIB pays into the Redevelopment Trust Fund is then paid back to the DIB through an interlocal, and the DIB is to use those dollars for housing advancement within the CRA, for assistance in facilitating efficient parking management, and the language actually says any other legal purposes of the DIB that also benefits the CRA. We have historically, in years past, used those dollars, and that is intended again in the coming fiscal year for holiday decorations, placement of American flags, those kinds of things that occur within the district. And if you realize that they ever wondered why we have holiday decorations and flags over on DeVillers Street in Belmont DeVillers, this is why, as an example. I believe debt service, I'm sorry, was the last question. There is, the debt service is projected to be $48,421. repayment of loans to Coastal Bank and Trust for the purchase of the access control equipment in the Jefferson Street garage, $10,443 in principal over the course of the next fiscal year. Purchase of the new solar-powered and wireless pay stations. Again, the principal amount of the retirement of that purchase is $15,520. Purchase of new wayfinding signage and Phase 3 of the planned capital improvements at the Jefferson Street parking garage. That capital contribution will be $15,049, and those collectively comprise that item and equal $48,421.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned all that breakdown, but do you have a listing of the term of those, each of those?
Yes, ma'am.
How long they'll go?
The financing for the access control equipment in the Jefferson Street parking garage has a term of 84 months, ending in January of 2016, and an interest rate of 6.5%. The financing for the new pay stations throughout the downtown has a term of 84 months, excuse me, and an interest rate of 5%. The projected financing for the new wayfinding signage and the Phase 3 capital improvements at the Jefferson Street parking garage will be for 72 months at an interest rate of 6%.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the committee? All right, well, thank you, sir.
Question. Mr. Kimbrough, you mentioned the, I want to say 84-month term for the solar-powered
Yes, sir.
wireless. Do we call those meters? What do we call them?
Pay stations.
Pay stations, thank you. I wanted to be current. Does the DIB not have also plans to purchase more and install more in a expanded geographic areas that's yet?
There are no plans to add meters where there are currently no meters.
Okay.
Free parking will continue to be free parking where it exists today. The meters are primarily in places of very high usage and that require frequent turnover. And yes, there will likely be a need to add pay stations at some point in the future. We realistically think that's 5 years out, Councilman Spencer, because the electronic meters that the city purchased back in the mid-1990s are still functioning quite well.
Okay.
And the maintenance cost for those is not significant. We're not talking about those antiquated, antique mechanicals from the 1950s that we just replaced with the pay stations. So yes, we probably will, but our projection is it's at least 5 years out.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we may be ready to pull this item 12 from the table. I need a motion.
Make a motion that we remove, that we
Resurrect.
remove it from the table.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously. So the general pension, the recommendation that the city council approve the ordinance changes for the general pension and retirement plan that were negotiated with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. The effective date of the change is October 1st, 2012, and we already have a motion and a second in order. So, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of the 230 total general pension employees that we have, 81 are AFSCME general pension employees, and 149 are non-union members, non-union employees.
Could you repeat those figures again, please?
Sure. We have 230 total,
Mhm.
81 of which are AFSCME, and 149 who are non-union.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question of you. The 149 that are not, how many of those are in FRS?
They wouldn't be in FRS, they're pension, general
Oh,
pension.
in the general pension plan. Okay, yeah, okay, I got you. Okay, good. All right. So, motion order, any more discussion? Ms. Deweese?
Just one final question about this. Making these ordinance changes, are they required for the previous vote that we did to be ratified? Is that the reason that we're doing this now?
That's a good question.
I believe so, but Mr. Barker can clarify.
Yes, Mr. Reynolds is correct that we made the changes to the ordinance council in compliance with the union agreement, except the last two items that I spoke to. And one was administrative, dealing with election. The other one was one that was requested by the some of the 149 people that were not part of the union, but did not buy all their time back, and they wanted an opportunity to buy their time back. So, but all the rest are in compliance with the union agreement. And I do want to remind council that this is first reading on this, and it takes two readings of the ordinance in order to pass it, and just, of course, one reading on the ASME contract, which, you know, if you hold true to what you've done here with that, if there are other questions that you have that need to be answered, we have a couple of weeks in order to get information on the ordinance type thing. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd like to request, I'll support this today, but I'd like to request, I don't know if it's a records request or just a council inquiry into the official response from either Human Resources or city staff. I think I should probably just leave it general as city staff to these 149 employees about the issues that were raised by some of those 149, but the ongoing discussion, if there could be some documentation forwarded to council members so we understand what has been accomplished since they brought their concerns to council.
Mr. Owens, does that response exist?
Not that I'm aware of, President Hall, but we can certainly, as part of an ongoing request, keep council apprised of it.
When this was brought to council, I think 4 representatives from ESP came forward with the document. I'll go home and look in my file box and find the names of those folks, but it was asked that someone officially respond from the city. I believe it was raised as well as a legal issue, and I don't know if that was going to be Mr. Messer or if it was going to be someone from the firm that has been retained to negotiate these other pensions, but there was to be official action, and that's what I'm concerned about, is we've heard nothing. I'll go back and watch the tape, I guess.
Okay.
Do my own records request.
All right. Ms. Myers?
Well, I too have the same concerns Councilwoman DeWeese just expressed. However, there are no employees down here that I know of. Maybe somebody will surface here in a few minutes. From the 149 employees who are not represented by the union. So I don't know why that is. I've gotten an email from one employee, and of course some of them did come down here some time ago and express their opposition to this. I don't know why they're not here to express opposition to this today. But I will go ahead and support it, and in the meantime, I will be eager to learn what Councilwoman DeWeese finds out and brings forward to this body.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the committee from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Thanks again. Regarding the general pension changes, ASME takes issue with regarding item 12, numbers 7 and 8, because we didn't have an opportunity to review those two items. So we'll be taking a closer look at that to see its effect on ASME bargaining unit members. But with that being said, we do appreciate the other 6 changes that is agreed upon by ASME and the City of Pensacola. And I just wanted to say that, you know, during the negotiation process, we had, you know, about 10 people on our negotiation team. And they come from every single budgeted area, you know, from ESP, from Public Works, neighborhoods, everyone, sanitation. And so everyone had input, and everyone took this very seriously. And so that's why the things that we did come up with, we feel are, something that everyone could live with, and it would be good for the citizens of the city of Pensacola. So, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Myers?
Yes, and I just want to thank AFSCME for their cooperation. I think you did a great job in negotiations, and I just want to let you know that I'm very proud of what you've accomplished, what the union has accomplished. Thank you.
Ms. Deweese?
Yes, I'd like to either make a substitute motion or request that we amend this motion as read to keep the recommendation the same, but exclude items 7 and 8 until AFSCME, and it sounds like all of the other bargaining units have an opportunity to review those two recommendations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for substitute motion. We need to be able to vote on whether to accept it as substitute motion for discussion. All in favor? Raise your hand, please. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Okay, so we have a substitute motion on there. For discussion purposes, I think it's fine, but as Mr. Barker, I think it pointed out, is we've got two chances at this, at first reading on Thursday night and second reading 2 weeks from then. So I'm not sure that I see the need for that motion. But anyway, it's in order for discussion. Committee? Public? Okay. All in favor, please show your hands. Okay, so that's passes 8-1. Councilman Hall dissenting. Okay. Okay, so we come to the consent agenda items. All items approved unanimously in the committee of the whole. This is what I've recorded. Items 1, 2, 3, and 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Is that right? Okay. Need a motion.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, so items 5, 11, and 12 will come out as a separate report on Thursday night. Information items. We've got Zimmerman Agency update.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I'd like to call up Carrie Zimmerman, who's going to lead us through a presentation on the Zimmerman Agency. As you know, we have been contracted with Zimmerman for some time now. It's been a very productive relationship at this point. We wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to see how productive it's been. And with that being said, Carrie?
Thank you very much. Give us 5 seconds. We're switching this over real quick. How was that? That was under 5 seconds. Again, my name is Carrie Zimmerman. I've met many of you. Thank you very much for having us here today. In a brief amount of time, we want to just catch you up with, can we leave them up? I just don't want anybody falling asleep late in the afternoon. We got 2 spots where we'll turn it down. I know you can't see it super well, but I know y'all stay awake and see it as well. So if it becomes too difficult to look at, let me know, and we're happy to turn the lights down for you all the way. Again, first off, I just want to, in a brief amount of time, I want to be able to touch base with you on just a tiny bit about who we are, what we've been up to, what we've been working on, and what we've got planned for the future. Interrupt if you like, or you can save all your questions to the end. Again, it's a lot of work to try to squeeze into about a 15-minute time period. Hopefully, we'll be able to successfully do that. Again, I think the biggest point, Richard, you can go ahead, is that you've hired us to be not just your market, not just an advertising agency. We don't really do anymore just advertising for anyone, but that we're about strategy. Where we want to take you from a branding perspective, that's a synergy of advertising and public relations and digital. And I cannot emphasize that enough. I think if you look at some of these numbers on this next slide, and again, it's meant to just kind of, Richard? You're going to have to keep up with me now. You know I go fast. But again, all told, the Zimmerman Agency has 162 employees that are all full-time. We bill about $150 million a year in billing. If you extrapolate the public relations discipline out of, Richard? You can just go ahead and put all those up. If you want to extrapolate the PR portion of the agency, we're the largest PR firm in the state of Florida, and actually within an advertising agency, we're the largest PR firm in the entire country. Our advertising agency is the third largest in Florida. Our digital division, which nowadays you can hardly do anything without having a very big, strong digital, that's like your social with your Facebook, website development, et cetera. And we have over 30 people in that department also, so that makes us the largest digital division of anyone in the Southeast. So again, if you look at what we do, it's not only just branding, but doing the activation of the branding and the marketing. And I've got just a sampling up here real quick. If you'll take a look at these logos, it doesn't merely begin to touch on everybody that we work with by any means at all, but from strictly branding, we handle the entire countries of the Bahamas, the British Virgin Islands, and Aruba. And in those instances, we do everything from tourism to economic development for them. So again, all those different marketing components come together to do that. We handle entire brands like Party City and Firehouse Subs and Amtrak. Funny story about Amtrak, when we got that piece of business, we were the only people in the country that got down to the final 5 that don't actually have Amtrak in their city. So it was kind of hard to convince them why we should be doing Amtrak when we've never actually been able to get on Amtrak out of Tallahassee, Florida. Again, famous brands such as Aflac give us not only the sense of what you need to do to really be good at branding, but then more importantly, how you activate that. So again, that's really just us in a snapshot. But if we look at just real quick, and then Richard Long and John Nicholas are going to take you through some of this other work, but I cannot emphasize enough that if it's not up here, but I'm just going to walk you through it. Our primary objectives are to attract corporations and businesses to relocate to the area, make sure we're recruiting higher wage companies. It's not about just getting any kind of companies, it's about the right kind of companies, the right time, the right place, and people that are going to spend the type of money that can continue to give lift to the community. Also making sure we're promoting capital investments. You know, a lot of times without private capital investments, it doesn't matter. People have to know the dollars are there, and they're the ones in a lot of instances making those decisions. Expand the current businesses. Y'all have been doing a really good job of that, is how do you support your businesses? You've got all kinds of entities throughout Pensacola that help do that, but part of what our role and responsibility is to help any way we can to make sure your businesses grow and thrive that are already here. Also make sure the downtown area, where such an investment has been put into the community, that it continues to be vibrant and relevant, and that we continue to build the downtown, including people living there, as well as the downtown experience. And then also making sure that we increase the city center population density. You know, with everything that's been done downtown and what's going on with the Maritime, it's important that people not only just come to visit, but people want to live there also. And again, that also helps attract the right kind of companies that you want to bring to the Pensacola area. And then, of course, renovate, development, redevelop, that's always core to any kind of economic development sensibility, and then just capture a larger share of the future. I can't emphasize that enough. When we first talked, we talked to a lot of relocation managers in all of our core cities. We've really located 10 core cities that are our biggest competitors. So we looked at relocation people that specialize in this, that work with corporations daily. We also talked to 50 different journalists in the key cities, and CNN and USA Today, et cetera. And, you know, when we talked about who Pensacola is, basically we have all kinds of charts and graphs on this. Again, in this kind of time limit, we don't have the time to go through all that. But basically, no one had anything bad to say about Pensacola. They just didn't know anything about it. You know, they either knew somebody that grew up here, or knew about the colleges, or knew about an actor, actress that came from here. Everybody knew you're a golfer. But the fact of the matter is they didn't have an idea from a brand perspective what this city was about. And if anything, they knew about the history. And history is a fabulous thing, but history can also smother you. And you can't live in your history. You've got to be able to take your history and make it relevant about where you want to go in the future. So learning from the people that we have to market to, whether it's the media or these relocation specialists, we understand that you kind of have a blank slate. And I can tell you it's better to have a blank slate than a negative slate. So there weren't a lot of negatives about the community. It was just they didn't know, therefore it wasn't in their consideration set. We polled them on what are the cities that you look for to be considered when you're talking to the companies that you're speaking to, and Pensacola was never even in on their list. So we want to get on the list. We have a long video, but we want to get on the list. We want to be in their consideration set. We want to be one of the first ones that they look at and say, you know what, you're looking for a small town that has a big future and that will embrace you. we want to be on that list instead of not even one they consider. So we're going to take you through some of the initial branding. We did branding within the first 120 days, and we've already been pushing the marketing forward, and the branding is already in place. So Richard Long and, again, John Nicholas are going to take you through some of that.
Ms. Megabla. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Carrie. Again, we'll walk you through, again, some of the work that we've completed so far at this point, and John's going to walk you through a little bit of our media rationale behind some of the media purchases that we've made. A lot of you probably have seen the new logo design, and again, as Carrie mentioned, we're not walking completely away from the past, but we want to have a progressive feel and look to our new logo. The upside of Florida, which is our tagline, it came really out of the research that Carrie just talked about. Again, I'm talking to site location managers, folks that are responsible for companies deciding to either move their businesses here or opening a new office or branch in a particular market. Really is really a kind of a double-sided meaning to upside of Florida. One, from the folks, believe it or not, that didn't really know exactly where Pensacola was. So the upside, sort of the upside part of Florida kind of connects to that. The other part of that is that really the reality is, a lot of the research showed, we have everything that people want. People just don't know that we have it. And we have it actually better here than most of the other places in Florida. So if you think about the upside of Florida, the things that people look for in Florida, the reason they're relocating businesses to Florida, we have all those things. We just need to make sure that we're relating those in a positive way. Again, we're not working just for the city. A lot of the work we've done so far, including some things we've done for the city, includes the different city-owned entities. Pensacola Energy with a rebrand from ESP, the Port of Pensacola, Pensacola International Airport. We've also, again, see a logo design for the neighborhood services. We also then, just in the last few weeks, had a request from the public library to do a new logo for them as well that ties into our color and scheme with the rest of our brand. And then actually just last week, we also had another request from the Pensacola Police Department to do a logo for them, and that's currently getting finished up right now. Our ad campaign, and this is an ad campaign that's currently in production. Go ahead.
When we first did our due diligence, in just the city of Pensacola, we found over 20 different entities as far as your look. You know, and if you think about it, when you look about it, the basics of branding is every time you see a bottle of Coca-Cola, it looks alike. Every time, whether it's on there where you're going to take your can out, whether it looks like they're advertising, the little things that they do where they ask you Q&As in the middle of a movie. Well, part of the most basic premise to begin with is the city of Pensacola always looked different. No matter what you did, whether you were walking downtown, whether you were at the airport, whether you were at the port, you didn't look like the same place. So again, you'll see a lot more activation and you'll see advertising, but the first stop was to say, let's make more power out of the money that you do have to make sure there is a consistent look and feel to everything that you do, and what we're marketing looks the same every time we turn around. And so you could see if you want to go back for a second, in the way that those logos look, they all look very similar, so that you could get the sense and feel that you were always talking about the same place instead of, it doesn't matter. No matter what you were doing, it was a different place. The Pensacola looks the same. The watermark that comes up the word, if you look from the bottom up, you get a sense of water, because again, your waterfront isn't just there for tourism, but people, when they decide to relocate their commute into a different community, they want to make sure it's a great place to live and play, not just work for the people that come here. So that's why we took advantage of the things like your waterfront, et cetera. So we just want to emphasize, as you look at those, we didn't make every one of them exactly like, but you can certainly tell that it all comes out of the same colorways, and it all has the same mood and emotion combined with those.
Right. And again, as you start to see, again, some of the executions that we've finished for a lot of the different entities so far, you'll start to see that coordination between all of those. This is an example of one of the print ads, and there'll be a series of these print ads that'll be used for economic development. And the whole idea here is that we're taking basically success stories, people that have grown businesses here in town, the Clint Stuters of the world, people like that, the Julian McQueens of the world that have built businesses here. Obviously, we also get the mayor's testimony as well, because again, what the people told us in the research, they want to make sure that Pensacola is serious about business. They want to know that you're in the ball game. So again, we need to have business owners tell their stories, but we also need for Pensacola itself, and again, through the mayor, to be able to tell that story. Also about the commitment that Pensacola is making. This is the beginning. Again, we're working right now on a microsite that all of our marketing efforts will be driven to. This is underway right now, and as we start to gain a lot of the assets for this, this will be live. Right now, we're looking at probably somewhere towards the end of October, early November to have this actually live. And the URL for this, as you can see down below, is wewantyouinpensacola.com. And you own that URL. Again, as we have these testimonials, these will be both videos. There will be still shots that we take over the next couple of weeks. That'll actually be the fulcrum for around this microsite is focused. Tomorrow morning, we're presenting a more choreographed and a more choreographed version of what you're seeing here, which is a comprehensive wayfinding.
The colors are magnificent. It's not coming through the projector.
A little bit lighter than what you'll see if you look at the screen, but this is really a comprehensive wayfinding system. We're presenting this to the Downtown Improvement Board first thing tomorrow morning. What you're seeing here is just an example, again, of bringing that brand to life in and around the city as a wayfinding way. Again, consistency there. Again, the same thing that Kerry mentioned. A lot of inconsistency now. If you look at the wayfinding system, we want to bring that consistency and make sure that that brand is consistent through all those efforts downtown. Here's an example. You probably have seen this, which is an outdoor billboard for Pensacola Energy. And again, talking about the fact that we're basically the water heater connection or the experts that somebody needs to go to. Again, if they're looking for a tankless water heater versus a more expensive electric water heater, we're the place to turn to. This is an example of a rebrand campaign that's just about to hit in about 2 weeks or so. Again, this speaks to, sometimes to have a more powerful name, you need to rename yourself. We've got about 7 or 8 examples of this that'll be in ads. This is actually a copy of an insert that'll be in the Pensacola News Journal, where you can see Marison Morrison cross through, who became John Wayne. And there's lots of examples, again, we have of Prince, we have of Marilyn Monroe, who's Norma Jean Baker, of these. And then if you flip this over again, this will be a 2-sided insert that'll be in the paper that really talks about the efficiency of natural gas versus electricity. An example of our first ad that we're working on for the port right now, and this is something we're working on directly with Clyde and Amy at the port. This is going to the trade market, talking about heavy lift. And again, one thing, if you look through all the trade journals, if you have time to do that, the people that actually are in that business, all their ads look the same. If you look at all the ports really across the southeastern Florida, they all have basically pictures of the port. They all show the same things. We want to make sure, again, that we're taking a different tact at this. And again, build around the things that the port offers to those people that offer heavy lift.
I unplug all this. Forgive me. Go back one.
Sure.
You're not seeing on the screen what this stuff really looks like. This screen does pretty well at capturing color. That screen has no color. So I apologize that you're actually not seeing. If you can see over here, is there one on the other side? If you can see over there, you're getting a better instance than what you're seeing up on that screen. So.
Right. It's very, very vivid illustration, again, illustrating the fact of what actually happens on a day-to-day basis at the port. For Pensacola Airport, again, we've also initiated some efforts on their behalf. This is an example of an ad that's running actually in the Alabama Gulf Coast Visitor Guide. So these are people that are considering a trip down to Alabama's Gulf Coast. We took the opportunity to run an ad in there that tells people if you fly into Pensacola Airport versus Mobile, you'll be able to get to the beach a lot faster, which is really why people are coming in the beginning.
So, you want to save money on travel? Well, you might ask for a ride to the airport from a friend. 4 out of 7 friends will listen to 80s rock ballads on the way there. 1 out of 4 will want to relive their glory days of playing in a band, leaving you without a ride when you get back. Don't worry, at Pensacola International Airport, we have more destinations, more low-fare flights, and more affordable parking, so you can drive yourself and listen to whatever music you want. Fly easy, fly Pensacola.
So again, example of a new TV spot. You may have seen that. It started about a month ago and is playing throughout the month. The beauty of this concept and the way that this was done through animation is that this can be updated very easily without spending a lot of money. We're actually, you'll see really in the next couple of days a holiday version of this spot that's tagged, basically reminding locals to let them know, again, if you're going to fly out for the holidays to go to a relatives or friends, fly through Pensacola, not one of the other regional airports. And or if you have friends or family that are coming into town, make sure you remind them to fly into Pensacola because they can get back to where they're getting, where they came from much quicker. John?
Good afternoon. I'm John Nicholas, the Director of Media Activation. Really don't have time to walk through all of the media plans that we have, in store for the city of Pensacola and all the various entities. But what we do want to do is let you know that we recognize that the creative that you saw is really half the battle. I mean, the other half is making sure we activate it correctly. We are in front of the right people at the right time in the right instances, utilizing the most targeted, cost-effective, efficient media possible. And what you see up here is just a sampling of tools that we utilize to make sure that we ensure that every decision we make will cause, will have us have the most cost-effective media plans possible. And these are tools that we've already used since we became your partner to enhance the plans that you have done previously to make sure that the efficiency is there. And so, we have that at our disposal. The next slide we'll also talk about on the back end, when the website that Richard described is fully activated, we have a suite of these tools that are analytic tools. And basically what they're going to do is they're going to make sure that everything that goes to the website is analyzed and make sure that everything that we do is brought back to a higher ROI for the city and the use of your funds.
Why don't you move up here? I might go faster. All right, so again, one of the biggest components of this is advertising in general is not the best way to brand. It's a component of the branding, but telling your story, Richard said it, and we saw it through everything we did, is you have an amazing story here, period. We don't have to, a lot of times brands come to us and we've got to create a story. We really have to start from scratch and make them into something. You have an amazing story here. Not only from a work, live, play, every angle that we want to take, you have something here, the story just hasn't been told. One of the best ways to tell that story is through PR. Advertising can only project so much, and you can only spend so money, and you shouldn't spend a lot of money from an advertising perspective. So we're trying to keep that contained and let PR take as much as a responsibility as we can to make sure we're infiltrating all the type of media that we want. You can go ahead and put all those up, Richard. So why don't you just hand me the thing so that he can catch up with me. To date, we've already had, do you want to find mine just real quick? To date, we already have had a 10.1 return on investment. So the dollars you have spent with us in public relations, we've already given you 10 times back in earned media. So we've had $500,000 of total media value, and we'll take that through. That's part of our job and responsibility. I think some of the things you've done in the past, you had $10, you spent $10. Our job is you're going to spend $10, we're going to make sure you get $100 worth. And that's a very, very important component of what we do. So today, you've already got $500,000 worth of media impressions. We're going to take you through some of that. First and foremost, if you'll just get that, Megan. We did a local brand launch. You can go to the next thing, Richard. The fact of the matter is, yes, the local community is not your core of who you want to do, but guess what? If we're not inspiring the local community, if they don't understand where we're trying to go, if they aren't excited about it, and the restaurants, the downtown improvement people, not only the people at Energy and the airport and everybody else, but everybody in your community isn't excited about it, then we're wasting our time. Because they have to be the first one. We do so much branding and marketing for other communities, and what's shameful is people will say, well, why would you want to live there? And if the answer is, I don't know why, I was kind of born and raised here and that's why I live here, then that's a problem. You know, it's a good thing, but it's a problem if they can't tell the story besides the fact that, I don't know, I just happen to live here. We want everybody to be able to tell the same stories that we're going to put on the websites and the same stories that we're telling the media. So the launch event wasn't self-serving. The launch event was to let everybody in on the story. So if you look at it, in television exposure, we had $40,000. We're going to show that in 1 second. In print, it was there, but then we went out and Associated Press ran your story, Bloomberg ran your story, Reuters ran your story. You had over 152 million impressions about where the city of Pensacola is going and what you're doing with some of your branding. Well, we took some of the local media and just tightened it into a 30-second clip, so we're going to show you that just real quick.
City officials are calling it the upside of Florida. Same flavor, new attitude.
This is Pensacola's new image.
It is all about jobs, and we have to go after the competition. People are going to know where we are now, and that's our main goal.
To do that, the city unveiled a new logo and branding, proclaiming Pensacola as the best part of Florida.
Pensacola, the upside of Florida. That's the new slogan the mayor unveiled, all part of a marketing strategy for the city.
I think it's a great slogan that's representative of all the great change that's happening in Pensacola right now.
Again, local was important because you've got it, and local will continue to be important. We won't put a ton of effort into it, but it's important that once a quarter that we're not only talking back to our community and our business owners and our business innovators, but that we continue to use those on an ongoing basis. So again, from an editorial perspective, we have 3 different ways that we do it: executive interviews, broadcast features, and media experiences. So let's take a look at what some of those have been. Again, we have already conducted interviews. Some of them have come out, some of them have not come out yet, but with CNN Money, we've done one-on-one interviews with Reuters, Airtrans Magazine, Go, et cetera. Those just give you an example. And some of the target markets like Birmingham Magazine and the Business Review in Sarasota and the Observer down in the same county in that area. So again, telling our story over and over again, it doesn't come from us. We're the ones that get the entry into it. We're the ones that have the dynamics with the different editors. But at the end of the day, you're the one that want to do it. So I'm just going to get Jen, and they're going to hand out a couple of these. Let me hold one up real quick. Jen, let me just have one for a second. You can go to the next thing. This is the kind of story that we want. Okay? Sarasota is one of your biggest competitors, and we're passing this around, and we have a PDF of this. There is a 2-page article just about how Pensacola is kind of kicking Sarasota's behind in economic development. It has charts, it has graphs, it is the cover of their entire business review. Now let me help you. The people in Sarasota aren't that happy about it. Here you go. But the fact of the matter is, from a PR perspective, it's articles, you can go to the next one, Richard, it's articles like this that we want to get written all the time. So we went head-to-head in a community where we already knew that we have companies that have, just keep it right there, that we have companies that could come and go ahead and relocate to here. We are going to hit every single city that we want to. This is not advertising. You did not pay a dime in placement. This was all earned media. We didn't buy an ad and got a story. This was strictly us going and getting publicity for you. So again, it's the dynamic, and again, you can never say all of this in an ad. So it's nice that they're able to tell our story. Again, if you look on the right-hand side, there's 2 different ones that we're passing around, but they even do their own charts and graphs and comparisons. We challenge some of your competitors to run stories in their business journals throughout Alabama, Mississippi, even up in the Cincinnati area, Boston area. They all have a propensity to relocate, especially after the last 3 years to this community. And we want to make sure we're telling that story. You can go ahead. And that's just a different one, again, with your great thing in the background, which is awesome. And again, it tells us exactly what we want. And then this was the snapshot of Sarasota versus Pensacola. Again, every single market we want to try to hit. You want to go to the next one? And again, that was the Reuters story. So again, yes, we've been working on branding, but we've kind of been working in tandem while we've been doing branding, and the branding continues. We've also gone ahead and been pushing forward with the editorial and the promotional side. Media experiences. Journalists these days want to come and see it to believe it. So we've had Birmingham Magazine come, and they're going to be writing a story about it. Tampa Bay Metro Magazine has already come. Again, this is not tourism. This is about economic development. Now, we purposefully went after Birmingham again on the parent side because the mom has to believe that this is a great place. When I'm not saying, hey, I'm a business owner, so it isn't that the father's always the one working and the mom's the one that's staying at home. But there are a lot of publications like Birmingham Parenting and Atlanta Moms on the Move that we want to make sure we're remembering work, live, play. You can convince the people to come here and move their companies here, but they also have to know that this is a fabulous place to live, and it really is a fabulous place to live. So we're telling a dual story at all times. And this was just, and it goes on, you can just flip through these, Richard. It actually, the one in Atlanta already did, I think, how many different ones? 4? They've done 4 different series already about what a great place it is in Pensacola and all the features here and what there is to do. We've already worked with the Travel Channel. We work with Anderson Cooper and Katie Couric and the Nightly News and all the different morning shows and the Today Show constantly. So we're already working with all of them to try to do something specific to economic development in Pensacola. We've actually already had the mayor interview with Travel Channel. When that does hit, it's about a $78,000 media value, and they usually run it at least a minimum of 5 times. And he is going to, the whole angle that we took with that, because again, it's the Travel Channel, we didn't want it to be straight tourism. We talked about the events and the livelihood and how all the different companies get involved in the events that are held throughout Pensacola. So there's a way for them to tell their story without having to spend their own money a lot of the times. And that's what the angle is with the Travel Channel. It's supposed to come out right at the beginning of 2013. On top of that, we like to layer both editorial and promotional, okay? And again, this is still all in PR. We're not physically purchasing the stuff that you have seen. So let's take a look at what some of those other things look like. From a broadcast merchandising perspective, we've already hit 6 different of your key markets. And we've had $265,000 worth of radio promotions that you did not give that radio station a dime. You didn't pay for advertising, and you didn't pay for the promotion. We went and negotiated, and you have fabulous partners throughout Pensacola. So thank you to every hotel, every restaurant, everybody that we've had to convince to give away things for free to make sure we could have that experience. But again, we've had over 1,500 radio spots without you physically giving them a dime. And I think we have one, don't we, Jen? Does that come up next for y'all to listen to? Or maybe it's right after this one.
WDU-FM, which we call Voodoo, WNOE-FM, 101.1, New Orleans Country Station, WRNO-FM, very successful station, News Talk, and WQUE-FM, Urban, are giving listeners a chance to win a trip to beautiful Pensacola, Florida. Now, for 2 weeks, each station will be offering listeners a chance to win a different experience in Pensacola for some sun and fun. Listen in for the next 2 months. We, along with our sister stations, are giving away a different experience to enjoy in Pensacola, with activities ranging from history and arts, culture to culinary, and waterfront Pensacola has it all. Indeed it does. Everything that's great about Florida is better in Pensacola. Visit cityofpensacola.com.
Okay, if you didn't know that was on behalf of Pensacola, you were paying very good attention. I don't think they could have said it many more times. So again, it's part of layering. It's very important that we don't just say we're just going to tell the economic development story. Again, we also have to be projecting yourself as a great place that your family is going to want to live and come. Some other things, if you want to just go back to the main logo, Richard, some other things that we're doing is you have some amazing homegrown businesses here. You know, you have your Renfro Pecans and you have your different Four Winds Fine Wine and Food. And the fact of the matter is we want to make sure we're using them as case studies. We want to help them be the voice. Yes, they're homegrown. They didn't relocate here, but we want a packaging program that we try to encourage all the different homegrown entities to actually put grown in Pensacola or whatever line we decide to use on all their packaging. So when people see it and they see their websites, they're like, wow, they must really get good support here. You also have different kind of VIP visionaries that we're talking about, visionaries introducing Pensacola. And Richard had mentioned that we will have some of these vignettes on the website, but Quint is in there, and Katie Mixon, you know, even though she doesn't have a business, you know, she can take a high profile and call you from a good business perspective. We want to make sure we're using your superstars to project to other people that they were able to come here and have great, successful businesses here. So that's part of that storytelling. We're working with Southern Living on a story right now. We're working actually with Coastal Living on a story right now that all goes back to economic development. And then we also want to do a program called Industry Idols, and certainly I can attest to Andrews Institute. My cousin happens to be a starting pitcher for one of the Major League Baseball teams, and he was here all last week getting his shoulder worked on. You have athletes from everywhere coming to Andrews. Incredible athletes coming to Andrews because it's trusted. Does that mean you're going to get another healthcare industry provider or somebody else in sports medicine to come here because that? No, but because there's a story there, we need to be using all of those stories as an example that you embrace and that you really bring corporate entities to mind and you're easy to work with. There's an awful lot of communities out there that get slammed because they're not easy. But this whole branding process is why Charlotte is successful. It's why Austin is successful. It's why so many of these communities that 10 years ago, you weren't really sure what they were about, and now you can very much define who they are. So again, that was in a very quick snapshot, and hopefully that gave you an idea of some of the things. Come and sit through a 3 or 4 hour presentation. We'd be happy to get it, but in about 15 minutes, that gave you a snapshot of the type of things that we're working on, and I'm sure you have some questions. roll back into place, gentlemen.
Okay.
During the course of your going around, do you intend to try to incorporate any of our larger employers, i.e. Like healthcare, Sacred Heart Baptist, our educational system? Is that incorporated in your display?
Absolutely. You know, we're just in the first few months, so we have a whole list of stories that is, and you even brought up Baptist and education, and then all of those are important storylines. You know, we just can't do them all at once, you know, because there's different layers for all those. From a PR perspective, we would never go and advertise in all of the different entities, like the magazines, but we can tell the PR story in those magazines. It's because education is a benefit, your port is a benefit, what you do with sports is a benefit. So we've tried to identify every single one of those, and one at a time, you know, we're going to kind of roll out different stories along that way, but absolutely.
Okay, as a follow-on to that, do you feel that those entities would be able to help fund some of this effort, i.e. Sacred Heart Baptist, school board, the rest of them? Would they come into the pot and put some money into that?
I don't know, but I want to be there when you ask the school board to do it. I'm not being sarcastic, I don't know. You know, I think there's a big difference between what the school board might do and what Sacred Heart might do. Truthfully, what we've done in the past is like a couple of years down the road, when you suddenly have 100 times more people coming to your website, suddenly you can start getting advertising revenue, for instance, on your website from those entities. So they want to be challenged. Right now, it's in so much infancy. We don't really have a lot that they would want to buy. You know, but I think as it becomes more successful, then companies start recognizing it and saying, hey, instead of spending my advertising dollars somewhere else, I might want to advertise on your own website, so it does start paying for itself to some degree. But right now, it's a little premature.
I guess my final comment, in the past, we've had some deficiency in terms of really characterizing and showing all of Pensacola. I would hope that we will have some diversity and show all of our population how all of us can relax and have a good time on the beach, etc. Your animated is good, but we want to see some children flocking around on the beach and in fact show all of our diversity. So I would hope that would be in your plans.
Absolutely, yes, sir. And I do think that's a benefit to, like we said, you already have the story. Our job is just to share it. So I think you already have a good diversity that's here, and we have to make sure we have a responsibility to project that.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I was wondering, one thing that's interesting to me is how do y'all work with the Pensacola Chamber of Commerce? We have a real active chamber here, and I noticed about the same time that we came up with our new branding that they had come up with their own logo also, and it was the arrows, and we talk about confusion. I know you talked about confusion at the very beginning of this presentation. I'm a little confused of why we didn't somehow mesh those efforts together. Could you expand on that, please?
I don't know that I have 100% of the answer on that, but the fact of the matter is you do have a tourism entity in Visit Pensacola, and you do have a chamber entity, and you do have this entity, and everybody is still, again, because it's new, still a little bit doing their own thing. You know, economic development is much more aligned with chamber than with Visit Pensacola, because that's truly tourism, although that is a component of this. I don't have the answer to that question, but I think you're right. I mean, that needs to be a direction. It's been difficult for a lot of cities to do. It's been very difficult for a lot of cities to pull off, quite frankly, because a lot of times the chamber feels like their biggest responsibility is to their own chamber members locally, you know, the membership within the chamber, whereas our emphasis is not at all in, I mean, we want to use local community, but ours is outward pulling it in, opposed to making sure we're doing things for the local community. Does that, within the community,
Well, I mean,
does that make sense?
To me, it's just, and excuse me, I didn't mean to talk over you, but it just seems to me it would be more effective if we all were on the same page. I know Montgomery, Alabama, I believe that they are all on the same page.
Yes, they are.
And, you know, I have a special friend that lives there, and it seems to work real well there, and they were able to do that. I just can't understand why we have two different efforts, which we talk about confusion. I'm confused a little bit of why that didn't happen together, and I'm still don't really have a satisfactory answer from you. I mean, Are we
I don't
gonna-
have a
are we moving in
satisfactory
that-
answer.
Yeah, are we going to move in that direction to try to get some kind of
Right. I mean, I think we
togetherness
would-
there?
Yeah, I think we would love to obviously have this as a one coordinated effort. In fact, I'm probably attending a meeting tomorrow that was discussed earlier about a special grant, BP special grant fund that could potentially be used for various aspects, including the Viva Florida 2013 celebration. That may cover everybody. Visit Pensacola, the Chamber, and then obviously what we're doing from an economic development standpoint. I think tomorrow's meeting is a good example of how it can work together. And again, we're gonna be attending that meeting, and hopefully good things will come out of that will lead to more of a choreographed effort, that everybody's gonna go down the same path. As far as why it hasn't happened up to this point, can't answer that question for you.
Yeah, well, I would encourage that. It's disappointing to me. And I would just encourage any efforts to try to get everybody on the same page, I think would make us more successful.
I agree.
You know,
Totally agree.
And so, any effort in that regard, I would appreciate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and Councilman Johnson, certainly appreciate your comments. I think that this is a multi-step process, and the first part of it is getting our own house in order. The city itself never had an identity. It had multiple identities, and so what we're doing is to bringing all of those entities together under that umbrella that is the city of Pensacola. Now, when we look at the future and we see the results, and we see the effectiveness of it, then I think that we have an opportunity to then reach out and say, this is what we've been able to accomplish. These are the results that we've had. And from my brief time here, it's clear that this city doesn't always play nice together. And maybe it needs this. It needs some kind of an effective program that then we can show that there are some actual results to be garnered from it, and then, invite others to become a part of it. It's a multi-step process, though.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Reynolds, I appreciate that. But let's rewind for a second. Did we ask them, or did we just go out on our own and just hire this agency? I mean, we include them in the initial discussions with this? I mean, were they included, or we just on our own just went out and hired these and never even considered the chamber? I mean, I'm a little confused there too, so help me there.
First of all, there are some similarities in the branding. If you look at the shading of the different color schemes, that kind of does come together. But to answer your question is that by that, I believe at that point, and that was before I was here, but I believe at that point, from what I understand, that the chamber had already been well involved in their process prior to us making the decision to move forward. But I can certainly get more information and find out exactly what the timeline is.
And I appreciate that you came in a little bit late, and, to me, it just would have made a lot more sense if everybody would got on the same page. But I'm being redundant now, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few questions and some comments.
Perfect.
Well, you haven't heard what I have to say yet.
No, it's perfect that you've got questions.
Okay.
Bring them on.
Thank you. Do you know where Pensacola's core business district is?
I think it depends on what kind of business it is.
Okay, let's say commercial.
Well, if it's maritime oriented, it comes into the port. I mean, again, it depends on whether it's warehousing and it's by trains, so it really depends on which entity it is you're trying to affect.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is Pensacola's core business district is what's referred to in our comprehensive plan as Uptown Pensacola.
Right.
If you look at our comprehensive plan starting on page 57 to page 173, Uptown is mentioned numerous times. That's the area where our airport is. We have a state college there that has 10,000 students. We have a major employer there that hires 1,000 employees, that Sacred Heart Health System. We have the best mall anywhere from Destin to Mobile. that is a prime destination, especially for the military, young men and women. So I guess in this small, compact area, we have all of this tremendous growth. When I see this article here, I think I'm offended by it.
Okay.
And number one, it implies something that isn't true. Most of the economic development we've seen has occurred in Uptown without one dime of government subsidies other than the airport. I mean, it's an economic engine that doesn't quit. Now, when I see this article here, it's clear to me that this is about promoting one person. And when I read this byline here, punchline no more, the city of Pensacola altered its governing structure in 2009, which I very much supported, after a tumultuous and somewhat leaderless decade. Now the city thrives under a strong mayor. The reason I'm offended by that, as I look around this table here, and the people who this is referring to are sitting around these tables. These were the leaders under our previous form of government, which, by the way, has not even been in existence a full 2 years. These individuals put that park across the street. That doesn't say lack of leadership to me. These people on this council here created the revitalization in downtown Pensacola. This revitalization didn't start 2 years ago. It's been a process that's been going on for quite some time under this leader, this leader, this leader, this leader, that leader over there, Mr. Hall, who isn't here, and that councilman over there, Larry Johnson.
This Councilman Myers,
I'm just saying, I don't like the images that are being
understand, and
projected.
I don't think they are ultimately responsible for that, and I think it's what it is as it relates to that. I'm offended by it too, but I don't think that we will get anything productive by accusing these folks. They're here to show what they plan to do
Well,
as it relates to that.
please.
So if we could, keep a
Okay, let me finish.
that, I'd appreciate it.
Let me finish. We're paying them a lot of money to brand Pensacola, to tell Pensacola's story, and they're proud of this story here. I'm not. And I think that we need more inclusion in this process of branding and telling our story. Quite frankly, I have received a lot of complaints from citizens regarding the slogan, upside of Florida. People don't understand what it means, and it has a negative connotation to some people. People feel like they've been left out of the process. People are concerned that their City of Five flag image is gone, that that the community has not been included. And I think I would like to see a story that's really and truly more reflective, number one, of the truth and how our community feels at large.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I think Councilman Spencer had his hand up first.
Spencer?
Hard to follow that gusto. But I do want to share that I thought today's presentation was extremely educational and enlightening for me, and I consider myself to be someone that I thought I was on the leading edge of understanding public relations. So I appreciated the succinct and thorough education about your world that is a much deeper and more complex world beyond advertising. And I was impressed with the penetration into some of the communities, the cities, the periodicals that where Pensacola was represented, not in the sort of the paid-for soundbite or visual. That was impressive. And Councilwoman Myers I consider her to be a comrade, and we are often involved in spirited debate, and we'll go toe-to-toe all the time, as you know, when it comes to my zeal for the unique qualities of a city as opposed to being blindfolded and spun around 360 degrees in a suburban mall parking lot and saying, guess what city you're in. So I'll always be a little bit biased to the parts of our community that are uniquely Pensacola, and will always be bullish about featuring those and framing, again, those parts of Pensacola that no one can replicate. Finally, I love the small town with a big future. I'm from this small town, and I feel like I'm living the big future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I'd like to thank the Zimmerman Agency team for making the trip over from Tallahassee and putting together this presentation on such short notice. I appreciate your efforts today. And, a great deal of my concern that I brought up on last Wednesday night during our budget hearing had a little bit to do with the presentation that you gave, some of the risk-taking that you said you would do, because it is something that has never been done before, and CEO branding was mentioned, and that the mayor is the brand, and that was of great concern to me. But I did have a few questions for you, and then I have some comments for council that I don't expect you to answer. I'm not going to put you on the spot like that. So I did want to know, though, because it was mentioned in the presentation, one of the most important parts would be local support. And in the presentation, there was a local person to be involved. And as I understand from a records request, they are no longer involved. And that was one of your main, I think there were 8 points that you made at the end of your presentation. So is there someone local that is coordinating and is your ground support that you said was so critical?
Well, it was never a local person that lived here. It was just the fact that we have different people that went to school here. Jill, for instance, went to school here. They were never going to be here full-time, just to make sure that.
Well, Ms. Birdwell sat in on your presentation and was to be the ground support that I believe in the presentation you pointed to her.
I don't know who Birdwell is.
Okay, but, well, okay, then maybe it was a different presentation from a different Zimmerman agency, but local ground support was important. It was one of your 8 key points, so I'm just trying to find out if you have someone from Zimmerman agency that is in Pensacola doing work.
No, we don't have a full-time person here.
Okay. And then another concern was the cost. I know you had a previous contract with Okaloosa County TDC, and the total cost per month was $25,000, and that was an entire county's tourism efforts. And we are a small city of 52,000 people, and we are paying considerably more on a monthly basis. And I'm trying to understand the economies of scale there, or this return on investment that you're talking about. Why is the city of Pensacola being charged so much more?
It's a little bit, we can probably get your document better than we can explain it, but the fact of the matter is that was a base fee that they paid. So every time we placed media, we got a commission. Every time, in other words, by the time it was all said and done, it was a lot more than what that fee was. So our creative got charged, our PR got charged, everything was on top of that fee. So it's, you're not really.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, yours is all inclusive of everything. So, yeah, we don't get commission on anything, we don't charge creative, everything is included in yours. Whereas Okaloosa County's was a 100% different setup.
Okay, and then I know that there is an RFP in the Okaloosa County, the TDC just closed. Did you respond to that to work for the Okaloosa County TDC?
Yes, for tourism.
Okay. I'm greatly concerned about that, and I'm not going to state any more about that with you. I just will talk with council about that, so I'm not directing my comments at you.
Okay.
I'm just going to discuss it with council. My concern there, to call it tourism or to call it economic development, tourism is economic development has tourism involved in it, and to have someone that close in proximity to us that the Zimmerman Agency is marketing as well, I feel is in direct competition with us. It would be like having Coca-Cola and the Pepsi account, or the Budweiser account and the Miller account, Burger King and McDonald's. It just doesn't make sense that we are paying on a monthly basis to be the upside of Pensacola, and then right next door, the same agency is marketing Okaloosa saying, come see us. I realize a lot of it is the storytellers and the business that we're trying to attract. But when you look at the website, it's the fly-to information, it's the bands on the beach, it's all wrapped into one. And that is a great concern for me. And some of the things that I brought up to council last Wednesday that I do want to make sure you understand, one of the things was this issue in Okaloosa County, and it's an active investigation, and that's why I'm not questioning you directly, because I don't know.
Why don't y'all sit down? It's going to
Yeah,
seem like this is going to be a
that's
little
what I
late.
meant, is that I'm
No problem. No
Y'all
problem.
okay?
We're right here for the next one that has a question.
Sit at the table here.
Got it. And was the yacht purchase, and I actually have obtained that from the newspaper over there. And it's of great concern to me, the controls, the accounting controls and procedures that we have in place, and that something like that cannot happen here, because all of this came to light after the contract that we had signed by the mayor on March 1st. This happened in May. That, a yacht was part of a branding campaign over there for tourism, so they bought a $710,000 yacht. Ironically, became direct competition with someone they could have called up and said, hey, do you have a boat that you could donate a weekend to, or could we pay for that weekend that is part of this? So I'm not sure what that focus was, and I don't know what the approval process is going to be for future marketing endeavors, that we would need to put that in place as council, or see it put in place as a recommendation from staff. And again, is this appropriate use of our taxpayer dollars, that we have a CEO branding program on our website for Mayor Hayward? Actually, in the second paragraph, it says the mayor also serves in an unofficial capacity in guiding local economic development initiatives, leading legislative advocacy efforts, and speaking with other elected officials. So this is not a official capacity that the mayor serves in, yet we have ended up with these, the branding campaign and this cost on a monthly basis, and the annual contract that we're doing. And we have paid professionals, and the entire, I can't say entire, but the private sector that has invested in 2015 at the chamber, that is ready to go engage in economic development, and we're not even in sync with that agency. And then we have the tourism agency that's not a part of this either. So I'm concerned about the dollars being spent, the alignment with others in our community, the return on investment that is so vital to the success of this. And, those are my concerns. And I don't know that they'll be resolved here today. There's a great deal of information that I would still like to have on how the choices were made. One of the parts of the presentation was how important it was to market our enterprise operations, but not a single department head for those enterprises was at the presentations. And I don't know if they were consulted with the video later on to have some input into the enterprises that they're responsible for. It appears this is an economic development effort for CEO branding, and that's what was sold and bought by the mayor. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. First, comment to Councilman Spencer and Councilwoman Myers. I, too, love downtown, the unique aspect, but I will tell you that when my husband's extended family comes down here and stay at the beach, they want to get to that mall and go shoe shopping. And so there's room for all of us here. So anyway, first, I want to say that it seems you guys have been hard at work, lots of product placement. The campaign's very modern, sleek, Madison Avenue. It's very professional. But my problem is I don't see much of Palafox Street in it. We're a unique community with a lot of assets. And my first question is, why do we need to build ourselves up by putting others down? And I think about Dr. Wu going to Florida League meetings and having to face colleagues. And, I just think we're better than that. We have enough that we can trout about our city. the wave, I think we've all heard comments about that. You know, it's the centerpiece of this new logo, but we're not just a beach town. And ultimately, I don't know about you guys, but when I think of waves in the city of Pensacola, I think of hurricanes, and that's not a good association for me. I don't think it's a good one for many in this community. One of the things that has bothered me is early in the big branding shindig, one of the big ideas that was put forward was putting logos on the water towers. I don't think many of you know that there was no permission or pricing gotten from ECUA at that point, and that idea would cost $500,000. And so, you know, someone didn't do their homework on that. The presentation included that this campaign is not really about the local community, but the local community, the city of citizens and city of Pensacola is our core. And you know, I go to the Facebook page with posts about bands on the beach, but nothing about evenings in Old Seville, or the Twitter exchange about oyster restaurants, but no mention of our local asset, our city assets with oyster restaurants. You know, we saw that TV ad. I don't know if any of you have taken a close look at it, but it seems that whoever made that doesn't quite know where Pensacola is. If you look at the map, we're sort of not the upside of Florida, but the downside of Alabama, Mississippi. And that concerns me, that they wouldn't have been able to find that. I'm glad to hear it's editable, and I hope you will quickly fix that error.
It's actually was already fixed, actually. It really was, when we looked at it again this morning when the subject came up, I think. It was about a quarter of an inch probably west of, you could argue about where it was. It's actually a very big circle on that map. Well, but it has been shifted over, and that's already been.
Well, for those of us who know where Pensacola is without an issue, that was sort of surprising. I'm going to tag on to what many of you have said. You know, why are city taxpayers spending money to duplicate the efforts of Visit Pensacola, the TDC, or the Chamber's recruitment efforts? You know, these things should be a regional effort, and you know, going our own way is not really a good way to play nice. It's, I think, important for us to work with the other stakeholders in this community to promote this community as a whole. We can't stand alone, and they can't stand alone. It should be a team effort and not just about the city of Pensacola supporting it. Thank you.
Councilman Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I'd like to thank the Zimmerman team for being here this afternoon, because today you're hearing some things that you need to hear. And I'm, in some circles, considered a person with many words. And then there are opportunities when few words become appropriate. And from what I'm hearing, we have a marketing mess. We have a serious disconnect, because we invest money in the other agencies, the TDC, the Chamber, and others. And what I'm hearing here this afternoon is just a mess. I'm deeply insulted by the article. I've been on this council for the past 12 years, and I don't like being referred to as being a part of a leaderless city. It was this council who asked and got in place a review of the charter in the first place, because we saw what the needs were, and we addressed them. And now we are in a situation where we are adjusting to a new charter, to a new form of government. That's one point. So we have a mess on our hands, and it's going to require all of the players to come to the table and identify their roles. What are you going to do to solve the mess? A few years ago, when we were working with a consultant who had provided us with a review of what was going on in the city of Pensacola, I had a specific question. And in that question, I named the players. And I asked the consultants at that time to give me some feedback on their experience in dealing with cities who had multiple players all attempting to play the same game. And as I recall, the gentleman, before he answered, he swallowed. He looked around the room, and he simply stated, it's problematic. And essentially, that's what we have here. Now, to switch gears, I believe it was either '07 or '08 when the former group that was attempting to do partially what you're doing to market the city of Pensacola, they did a video that included African-American representation in about 4 to 5 seconds. And as I look at the staff and I looked at your presentation today, it appears to be moving along in the same track, as if we are not here, that we don't exist. And some of you may attest to the fact that we had our 100-year celebration, our fraternity did, and we invited people from all over the country to spend a 4-day weekend in the city of Pensacola, a black fraternity, by the way. And I think they left about $3 million here in a 4-day period. But what I don't see is your ability to reach out into the African-American marketing community to let people know, and I don't know if you have the proper vehicle, and I doubt if you will unless you have that African-American involvement, just not in the pictures and so forth. But you're going to have to go, and I don't think you know the hood as we do, to put it bluntly. So you're going to need the assistance of African-American magazines and marketers who will help you identify those areas. And to me, it's really not a color thing. It's a money thing. And if people are in a position to come here and spend money, then they need to know that the city of Pensacola and its nice beaches and et cetera, actually exist. How do you plan to reach out to that market without including certain individuals who are more familiar with it? And later after this meeting, I have a recommendation that I'll get with you folks and make. But we have to have the ability to reach out to all markets across the board. And to conclude my comments at this time, we all have to look back, and when you pick up a newspaper, we know what writers do. Sometimes they write information when they have no clue. Sometimes they put their propaganda and the slant on it to play a game. And it always has, to me, subliminal messages that are going in multiple directions. I know what they're doing. I've been reading newspapers for a little over 60 years. So I know the process and what articles have a tendency to do. It has a direct attention, but the writer of that article has no clue as to what's going on in the city of Pensacola, and you can tell that by the article. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Any other comments by council? Audience? Mrs. Mackey, and then Mr. Dubson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Council. You knew that I could not resist coming up here at this presentation. I came to this meeting specifically for this presentation, and just so the Zimmerman Agency knows, I am a former city councilwoman, and I have a small local advertising agency, so I understand the business on a much smaller scale, of course. I want to say some complimentary things. First of all, certainly I think the city benefits, and I'm impressed by the depth of the public relations contacts and the depth of what the agency here has accomplished. Certainly, certainly better looking than what I've seen a little bit of in terms of the actual hardcore advertising creative that I've seen today. And, kind of piggybacking on what Councilwoman Myers and Councilman Gerald said in terms of the content of the one article that Councilwoman Myers showed me, I don't fault the Zimmerman Agency for that. And I think we all understand, I don't mean to be insulting, but let me bring up, I sometimes talk in cliches, garbage in, garbage out. They worked with what they were given by a click, okay? And we know there has been a click here, period. And it's got to go beyond that. So I hope that we will get beyond this to tell a more inclusive, diverse, culturally rich story and stop beating up on people, okay? There's no need to, just as Dr. Pratt said, there's no need to beat up on other parts of Florida to make ourselves look good. There is no need to beat up on people in this community who have given a lot in order to make one person look good. Okay. And finally, if this agency, I would like, a little message to the agency. I would recommend 2 pieces of reading because it's very obvious that the great depth and breadth of their experience is in the corporate world. Cities are not corporations. Cities are not corporate entities. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I would recommend to you 2 very easy reads, but I think that they may help you see the heart, soul, and spirit of what cities are. Number 1 would be the book For the Love of Cities by Peter Kageyama, and the other, The Seamless City by former St. Pete Mayor Rick Baker. I think there's a lot to be learned about cities and their genuine spirit from those 2 books. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ms. Dubuisson.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to say hello to the Zimmerman Agency again. I believe I heard your presentation when you folks presented to the Chamber, when the Chamber was looking for its representation. Unfortunately, I was unable to view your city presentation because that was a closed session. And at the time that that particular review was going on, there was a lot of community angst about exactly which direction we were going. I compliment you on the quality of your work, and you certainly have gotten a lot of bang for the buck so far. And I just appreciate all of Council's comments. You've all raised issues which many citizens have been dialoguing about from the moment the new logo was rolled out to the disappointment of some people that a heritage was being lost in the idea of creating a new contemporary image, to the very fact that we are a bay community. We are not a beachfront city. We may be part of a larger beach community, but we are a maritime wharf, port, solid land community, and that does not get translated with the current logo, and a lot of citizens have repeatedly brought that up in conversation. Piggybacking on what former Councilwoman Mack said, this is a city of neighborhoods. Besides the many successful businesses, we have some of the most diverse and richest historical neighborhoods, contemporary neighborhoods, and ever-changing neighborhoods in the entire nation. We run the gamut of ages, of incomes, and of talented citizens. And I don't see that so far in any of the publicity that you have shared with us. And I would hope that you could focus on that. And you might begin by attending the Council of Neighborhood President meetings and having some input from real residents of Pensacola as opposed to people who visit Pensacola. And maybe even have one of your local connections work with the neighborhoods so that you can understand where the pride of Pensacola and why people have moved to Pensacola could be reflected. I understand that you're going after the new development and you see a certain image that you believe will sell Pensacola, but I think what the citizens of Pensacola are concerned about is that you may be repackaging Pensacola to be something and you may be losing Pensacola in the process. And we love Pensacola as it is and are proud of it as it is. So I would encourage you to re-explore what Pensacola is. But again, the quality of what you're doing is exceptional. And Council, I appreciate your honesty and bringing your true feelings forward to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dubuisson. Council, I think we need to wrap this up.
Can I say something?
You know we have our budget meeting Wednesday, and I would suggest to you that if you have some specifics as relate to this, that I would hope that you will call Mr. Reynolds and see if you can get some clarification, because then that's when we're going to, I suspect, going to finalize this particular action. So I want to express appreciation, okay, to the Zimmerman Agency and Ms. Zimmerman for you coming and giving your presentation.
Can I say one thing?
Councilwoman Meyer wants to say one other thing, and then I'm going to let you say what you like. Perfect. Please.
First, I would like to let the Zimmerman Agency know that I am very impressed with your professionalism and the quality of your work. And my comments should not reflect in any way on your capabilities. And I realize that my problem is not with you, okay? I just want you to understand that I hope you didn't take my comments personal, because you do very good work. Also, I wanted to assure Councilman Spencer that I love historic neighborhoods. The neighborhood I live in right now is the youngest neighborhood I've ever lived in. I've always lived in historic neighborhoods. I have
Do y'all want to clear that up later?
yeah, no, because I just don't.
Kiss and make up.
I want.
Yeah,
I just want the public to understand that I'm not anti our historic district. I love our historic district, and that's one of the things that makes the city of Pensacola so great and unique.
You cannot rebut that. I will not. Ms. Zimmerman,
If I can, first off, thank you very much.
Please talk in the
sorry,
talk in the mic so we can.
I've never had anybody say they couldn't hear me. I was actually trying to whisper so I didn't blow your eardrums out.
It wasn't me.
Oh, that's not a problem. No, I will not, I promise, begin to address everything that's been said. And more than anything else, honestly, I absolutely adore the passion that everybody has for Pensacola, period. There are too many communities that we do work with, because we do work with a lot of cities, that it is just about, let's be slick, let's not even care who we are, let's create and fabricate something. And hopefully you heard us repeat that over and over again, is you have something amazing, we just have to do a better job of sharing it. Now, on that note, just like which neighborhood to promote, we will never, you will be the politician of the world if you've ever figured out how to make everybody happy. It won't happen. You know, with destinations that we work with, you get a Wall Street Journal story talking about the amazing culture, and the people that have beach activities, the people that are history are all upset. You know, you're never, especially when it's storytelling, no one will tell all the story every time. So we just have to be diligent to make sure the facts are correct, and know that for every time we talk about one entity, there's going to be another story that might talk about architecture, and another story that might talk about sports, and et cetera. So we will not serve all kings and gods at one time. I wish we could figure out how to make that happen. There has to be a marriage, though, with keeping the passion and the history and the preservation of who Pensacola is and the promise of who Pensacola can be. And I don't think those have to be two things. They don't have to be two things. And it's not an easy thing to do, but there has to be synergy going forward on where you're going to be 30 years from now and 40 years from now. And it doesn't mean that the passion for your history, the passion for the Five Flags, the passion for everything that you've been has to go away. It just means that we have to retool it into something that is relevant to a lot of the people today. Because you can continue to attract people, but it has to be continued to attract more than what you've been getting. And I think that's, that's our role and responsibility. It's not easy, but it's hard to do. And someday we'll talk about the yacht, because we were 100% against that and had nothing to do with it, just so you know, because it drives me nuts. Anyway, thank you very much. Again, we've taken everything you said. We appreciate it. And we just, we've got a job to do, and we want to make sure that we're doing it with everybody's input as much as possible. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Council, we have 5 more items here.
Keep my computer.
And the Child Passenger Seat Safety Program, is that a presentation also?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. That's the fireman. Okay. I wonder what you guys were doing sitting there. Y'all like to have your newspapers back?
Yeah, they said that they were borrowed. We got to get those back.
See, one of them is
Would you like to have your newspapers back? Okay.
back there.
Yeah, take that propaganda back.
There's one on a chair back there.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I sure am. First of all, I'd like to say good afternoon to you, Vice President, Council, Mr. Reynolds. Appreciate you having me here today. My name is Gary Creel. I'm a firefighter for the City of Pensacola. And what I'm going to do is give you a quick presentation on a new program that we've started. This has been an ongoing program that we've been developing for approximately 2 years now. Myself and Lieutenant Chuck Walters took this initiative on and have really got to watch this thing grow into something very spectacular. And as we get through this presentation, I'm sure I'll pull you in and you'll have a better understanding of why it is what I say it is. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and go to the first slide. He didn't get me connected. There we go. Okay. The purpose of this program is pretty self-explanatory. We want to make sure that the children in our community ride safely in the vehicles that they travel in. So with that being said, our purpose is to significantly reduce injury and death to children through proper education. Misuse rates of car seats exceed 90%. So that's a very high statistic, and what we want to do is reduce that number significantly here in our community. Decline in car seat use starts as early as age 1, meaning that some children start off using a car seat, but by the time they reach age 1, the use of it diminishes just greatly. And as they reach school age, ages 4 to 7, that decline increases further. So what we want to do, what our job is to educate the community, and we have really started making some serious strides to do that. The training for this program, for what we're doing for our guys, myself and Lieutenant Walters we're instructors. We're two of only 88 instructors in the entire state, actually. So there's not very many instructors in the state, just a little more than 1 per county, in fact. And what we're doing is we're bringing the training. We've brought the training in-house, actually, at this point. This training consists of 3 days, totaling 25 hours. Once our firefighters have completed the training, they are nationally certified as CPS technicians. The CPS stands for Child Passenger Safety. Got 60 technicians, approximately 60. I haven't gotten the final count yet on our how many actually went through, but that was the goal, and I think we're right there at it. And now that we've gotten this training, according to the Florida Department of Transportation, the grant coordinator for the state who keeps the numbers, we are the largest agency in the entire state with trained technicians. We have more technicians than any other city as well. So we're the largest agency and the largest municipality in the entire state holding trained technicians. And if you have any more questions that you want to maybe take a look at, you can go to this website right here listed on the bottom. It's NHTSA.gov/safety/CPS. NHTSA stands for National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Like I said, our job is to make the children in the community safer. And through our efforts, we've established relationships with Walmart and Children's Hospital of Pensacola. Formerly, that was Women and Children's, but they've renamed the hospital to now Children's Hospital of Pensacola. Our goal over the next few weeks is to have each of our stations staffed with a minimum of 2 technicians. That does 2 things. One, it almost guarantees that every day of the week, if a parent or caregiver comes to one of our stations, they'll have somebody there that can help them. And having 2 technicians at each station, it just increases the effort. If one's out on a call, on a run on that particular truck, we'll still have another one there. And then obviously, 2 heads are always better than 1. 2 minds, this is a new program. These guys are new. They've been very adequately trained, but with any new skill, you always want to have more hands to help you out. This Saturday, we're going to be holding a kickoff celebration. Coincidentally, we just graduated our last group on Saturday. And this upcoming weekend is National Child Safety Seat Check Week. It runs the 16th through the 22nd. We're so excited. We're going to go ahead and start on Saturday. This Saturday we'll be hosting an event from 10 to 2 at Fire Station number 6 on 9th Avenue. We've been lucky enough to have Laura Hollingsworth, who is the Chief Safety Officer for the Florida Department of Transportation. She's going to come and participate and see what we have to offer, as well as Ralph Salvis, who is the grant coordinator. We've applied for a grant at this time, and we are finishing the process for this grant. We anticipate having the funding for a mobile unit. You may ask what a mobile unit is. Well, I'm going to tell you. A mobile unit is a trailer that we're going to have custom built through the grant funding that we have that will allow us to go throughout the community. We're going to hit the low-income areas, the high-income areas, schools, shopping centers within the city limits, and really just push to reduce the numbers of injuries through this education process. Traditionally, the Panhandle is one of the last areas in the state of Florida to receive funding, but we have really worked hard to establish a relationship with the Florida Department of Transportation, and I think if y'all, those of you that can make it out, come out to Fire Station number 6 on Saturday and meet Ms. Hollingsworth and Mr. Salvis, you'll see that we have established a wonderful relationship. We've shown the dedication on our end from a fire department, and we've proven to them that we have what it takes to get these numbers reduced, and in return, they've shown us that they're going to be equally committed to us to help us reduce these numbers of child injuries. So I think when, if you can come out, we'd love to have you out there first of all, and I think when you do come out and you meet these key players that are helping us do this, you'll see just what an amazing program this is becoming. I also want to mention, I didn't have it in the slide, I made this a week or so ago, so I forgot about this, but the state has, through their grant funding, they have seats available, and we are currently the only distribution center that's working with the state of Florida. So as of right now, the Pensacola Fire Department houses about 300 to 500 seats. We were up to 700 at one time, right there in that ballpark. However, through all of the training that we've been doing, we've been distributing seats left and right. And we have, I haven't gotten the final numbers yet because, like I said, we just finished our last group on Saturday. But I know in 2 days' time, we distributed over 50 car seats to those in need. And I also want to let you know that the state has a recommendation for the seats. They do recommend, and we want to make this known to the general public, that the seats are available. The state recommends that if you can make a donation in the amount of $25 to support the program, that's great. However, if you don't have the funding, we're not going to turn you away. Our job, both from a professional standpoint as being firefighters, but also as being partners in this program, is to make the child leave safer than they arrive. And we're doing a good job with it. I hope to see y'all out there on Saturday.
Thank you. I would hope that if we could get a flyer or something for Thursday night during council communication, we can in fact announce your event Saturday, so you can kind of give you some publicity. So if you could get that to Jones, and then we can do that announcement there.
Yes, sir.
I commend you for this. I know we have questions here.
I'll be happy to answer any.
Okay. Do we have an ordinance or something like that regarding the wearing of child safety belt seats or anything in automobiles?
State.
It's a state law.
Yeah, that would be a state law.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And the state law is very vague, and that's one of the issues that the state has run into, and that's one of the reasons why this is not only on a state level, it's what they consider a priority program, but on the national level. NHTSA, the website that I showed you, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, this is one of their top issues that they're dealing with, and that's why there's so much funding out there, and the funding obviously trickles down to the state level and then to the local level. And like I mentioned, Ralph Salvis, who is the grant coordinator, traditionally, I think most of us know that state funds don't come into the Panhandle as easily as they travel south, and that's what we've done. We have really bridge the gap between that funding, and we have drawn it as a department, have drawn their interest over to us, and we are working very hard to keep that interest high in an effort to keep securing the funding for future years.
We commend you for your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Councilwoman Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. First, I'm going to beg off that I won't be able to come on Saturday at, like, my other job I have to be at. But I want to thank you for everything you're doing.
Yes, ma'am.
Having put in car seats myself, I know that you do need 25 hours of training, and when you're leaving the hospital with a newborn, you're not really. Anyway, it's a great thing you're doing, and I do hope, one of the things I noticed with my friends with their infants, there are things that, either I had monster children or other people didn't read the label on the car seat that those ones that fit in the stroller or whatever have weight limits. And my kids surpassed that at 4 months, and my friends kept them in there for a year. And, I'm like, wow, that safety issue. But, and I was wondering, though, on the booster seats, I do believe that there is no state law that says you have to.
You're correct. Florida currently has no state law regarding booster seats. However, that it is in legislation. They are trying to get it passed at this time, and I think in the next session it was close this time, but I believe in the next session it will pass.
Do you do booster seats as part of your program as well?
Well, like I said earlier, the state provides the funding and they're providing the seats. We have booster seats in stock that were an acquisition from another agency, but we don't have near the amount of supply of booster seats that we do for what they call convertible seats, which go rear or forward facing.
Well, and I guess then that brings me to another question. My understanding on booster seats is, well, on car seats, you don't want to take a hand-me-down because you don't know what kind of accident that car seat has been in. But booster seats are okay as hand-me-downs? Is that, I mean, the ones that are just they're basically a booster seat.
I'll have to tell you, like we taught in class, that tough choice is always on the parent. So,
sure.
They don't discuss, typically car seats are designed for one crash.
Okay.
So if you get in a crash, the seat should probably be replaced. There is some criteria that allows for you to keep the seat in use, but typically when there's a crash, it's recommended that you replace the seat as well as the seat belt, something you may not know.
Because my daughter, who's now almost 10, is just now aging out or hiding out of her booster seat, and many kids don't stay in them that long. But now that she's aging out, we're also retiring out booster seats. And I was just thinking, if you needed some, there are a lot of people who age out of those.
Right. We have some in stock, and I think in this upcoming grant cycle they're going to provide funding for it. So. I think we're good for right now.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yes,
I'm
thank
sorry, Councilwoman Wu asked me first, didn't you?
Oh, I just wanted to say that I do plan to be there Saturday.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And it's a great program, and I'm really proud of it. And so I can't wait to attend.
It's going to be a good time. Like I said, it's 10 to 2, and we'll have people from the state level come in to help out, as well as our partners with Sacred Heart and Walmart sponsoring some of the food and beverages that we'll have. And we've got a great relationship going with Walmart right now as well. They have agreed to sponsor us a seat a month for the time being to help us in our efforts.
Well, that's great to hear about Walmart and Sacred Heart. Both are in my district, as well as the fire station. So
well, and
I want to point that out.
Now keep in mind, it's
right?
Uptown.
And keep in mind, it's not only going to be fire station number 6.
Stations and PCs.
Right. It'll be at all fire stations. We'll have the service available.
Councilman Wu.
I want to echo the last two council members' remarks on thanking you for what y'all are doing. I have a personal interest in it in that my second grandchild's coming around Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, they live in California and they can't take advantage of this wonderful program, but I wish they were here because I know firsthand of the need of what y'all are doing. I also want to commend y'all because y'all do so many other things. I'm a big fan of the light bulb program y'all have going at Christmas.
Keep the wreath green, yes, sir.
Really does an unbelievable amount to develop awareness on safety and whatever. And my closing I should have started off, I have a conflict Saturday, so I won't be able to be there. But when y'all do a program like this, you not only make the fire department look good, you make the city look good. And so I want to say, really, it's not just something that's making the fire service look good. It really makes the entire city looks good.
Well, thank you. And we have had people from outside the city limits come and ask. We're finding out that, like I mentioned before, funding doesn't come to the Panhandle easily, but now that we have it here, the word is spread, and we are having people come to the fire stations not only from the city limits, but from outside the city limits, and we're not going to turn them away. We're going to do what we have to do to make sure those children are safe, and so it's been terrific.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the audience? Well, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Next item is settlement statement for Airport Commerce Park property at 5600 Tulane Avenue. Mr. Reynolds?
That's just an information item. The material is in the packet,
Anybody
Mr.
got any
Vice
questions
President.
on that? Thank you. We also got a report from the SBA FY third quarter. Fifth year budget, first public hearing, that's going to be, and you have some questions regarding this. And hope maybe we can get that issue cleared up here.
Which issue?
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
Yeah, and Mr. Vice President, we do have representation from the chamber here that can talk to this issue specifically in regards to their partnership. We were talking about partnership earlier, but partnership on this particular issue.
Which issue are we talking about? Which issue are we on?
We're on 18.
Yes, I do have some comments about that issue.
Please.
Well, I have a lot of concerns about approving this Economic Development Incentive Fund program, given the information I've been given. The only thing that has been provided to us is information basically regarding the E-Date program and also what the county is doing. And I would have a hard time approving this when we don't have a plan of our own to use this $1 million revolving fund. So I just want to throw that out, and I just think it would be, I think there's a way I could feel comfortable with it if we approved it based on no funds will be expended until council approves a plan on how to use them. Otherwise, I don't think I can support it without a plan. And what we've been given
I think when
is
I
not
heard
a
at the
plan.
last meeting that specifically that would actually take place, Mr. Reynolds.
That's correct, Mr. Vice President. As Mr. Barker stated at the budget hearing last week, that's exactly what the intent of staff and the mayor's office is to do, is to bring that forward and have council take a look at it and move forward from there.
That was my understanding, but the money would be labeled that, and then, of course, any individual entity on economic development, because as stated before, these types of things can't be forecast right now, but to ensure that you're able to get them, then you would either approve or disapprove whatever comes forth.
And that's also
That was
covered.
my understanding of what they said. You didn't get it in that manner?
And if I'm-
She's not done. I'll talk next.
Okay, you'll be after, okay.
Well, I could possibly approve it conditional on a plan being brought to city council and us approving a process and a plan for using it. But one of the questions that I get from the public when people realize that $500,000 of it appears to be coming from traffic fines, people ask me, well, why doesn't that money go back into traffic calming for neighborhoods or sidewalks or something that's related to traffic improvement, pedestrian and bicycle improvements? So that's one of the, and I think that that's a valid question when you're getting money as a result of traffic fines. And then one citizen, I guess, was kind of cynical and said, well, the city won't have much of an incentive to do traffic calming if they're getting their economic development funds from traffic fines. We got to get these speeders out here and let them speed. Now, that was somewhat of a, sinister comment one citizen made to me, but I don't think the city's going to be guilty of that. I can just like to reassure the citizens of that.
Revenue raising.
And if I may, Mr. Vice President, specifically, it's not traffic fines, it's red light traffic enforcement, which essentially, isn't in the city's control. It's the individual driver. If they're running a red light, that's where that funding would come from.
I'm glad you clarified that for the public.
Thank you. Councilwoman Deweese.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I guess that's unintended consequences. My concern, and I think there's an easy cure to this, where, because Dr. Pratt brought up on Wednesday night that this is a policy document, and, what's written and what is intended are two totally different things, and we must put in writing as a council what, if in fact it is going to be brought to council in every instance, that needs to be stated as part of this request and our approval of it. If staff wants to make a recommendation, I know Mr. Barker gave a long list of things that this could encompass as examples, and it could be stated as examples, not the only opportunities for use of this. But it's incumbent on council to have a policy statement in here, and if there's not a process yet, because it's such a new opportunity, to simply put in writing that it will come back to council for ultimate approval on any expenditure for this $1 million fund.
Well, nothing preclude us from doing a policy statement, is it?
No, right.
Well, why don't we do it?
Well, we should make sure it encompasses all the information we have to date. That's why I think I, for sure, and I'm not speaking for anyone else on council, would like to see staff, if they've worked hard on this and brought together that it's going to be $1 million fund, there's a reason they're asking for that amount. They're looking at what the needs are in the community. More of a commentary. I know it talks about some of the things in here and within the budget, but there should be an opportunity for staff to bring something forward to ask us for approval of this, and this is the policy that's in place. These are the controls that are in place for expenditures.
Staff, really, you folks have any objection to that?
Well, that's once again, is what Mr. Barker had stated at the last meeting, and we will be doing.
Thank you.
Yes, just wanted to make sure that list of information.
Yeah, I want it to be in writing. Said and done and
He
intended and
that.
written, or, there's a whole, there's many different ways.
Not
that
Thursday,
things
or
happen.
Wednesday? Mr. Reynolds?
I don't have an answer to that question, Mr. Vice President, because,
Well, if we can't just, at the meeting, just say, well, I can't get it, and then let these folks do what they need to do as it relates to voting yea or nay on whatever they are. Because we can't continue to go around in this circle. If there's something that you aren't happy with, you just vote no. If it's something that you are happy with, vote yes. That's the way it goes. And I don't know any other way to do it. unless somebody else, and I'm just talking from my vantage point here, but we can continue to go around in a circle talking about that we don't have what we don't have, but if you can't get what you don't have and you feel real uncomfortable with, we just have to vote what your conscience say vote. So that's, who's next? I think I was next in you.
Who's next? Well, just wanted to make sure that the information that we receive does include allowable uses of these funds. I don't know if that's in the documentation, but oftentimes if we sit and plan, and we may have good ideas, but if it's not an allowable use, I want that to be specific in the background information so we'll know what our limitations are. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. My name is Don McMahon. I'm currently serving as chair of the Pensacola Chamber.
Thank you, Don.
And I would like to say that the Chamber has always enjoyed a very good working relationship with the city. This Economic Incentive Fund, we know there's a lot of detail that has to be applied to this, a lot of scrutiny, and it's my understanding that in concept, our board has approved this plan with no increase in taxes, no increase in franchise fee. We also understand that anything that comes forth must be approved by the City Council. So our staff, Scott Luth, today, he would have come today. He's in Berlin at the Berlin Air Show working on the EADS project and trying to attract some of that here. But he'll be available to speak to any of the council members. We want to make sure we do it right. We want to make sure we can compete with our neighbors across the state lines. And this incentive fund would be a great addition to what the county and the state are already doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I guess as a follow-on to that, I think economic development is so important. I think it's some flexibility has to be on the table to ensure that we can do certain things. And notwithstanding knocking a process, but I think we really need to be flexible to ensure that we don't miss out when time comes to do that. And that's just my, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I understand the concerns being raised here tonight, and I will say that at the Wednesday meeting, I had a lot of these same concerns, but I heard Mr. Barker say that no money will be expended until the council has approved a policy. And so I'm going to hold him to his word, and I look forward to a lively discussion about what our policy is on how these funds will be expended. Thank you.
Now, will that be Wednesday?
No, if it takes 6 months for a policy to come, I guess we'll just hold this money for 6 months.
Take into consideration when we vote Wednesday, you got to have a majority. That is 5. And some folks say they're not going to vote. So I think folks need to be clear when we go there Wednesday. You need to have all your questions answered. If they are not satisfactory, do what you need to do. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yeah, Mr. Reynolds, refresh my memory. Some of these funds are going to be borrowed. Is that correct? Is that some of these funds that are going to be borrowed funds? I apologize. I just can't remember exactly.
Councilman Johnson, Mr. Barker can address those concerns.
Okay, thanks.
He actually has a working knowledge of
it. And then if they are borrowed funds, I'm just wondering if the chamber, because I heard Mr. McMahon say that they supported if there was no tax increases and no franchise fee increases. And I'm wondering if the chamber would support it if we're borrowing funds to fund this economic development, $1 million. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Townsend, and Mr. Johnson, City Council. Yes, the Economic Development Fund is part of the plan, and the plan is the FY13 budget. I do want to reiterate that there will be no funds expended until the policy is adopted by City Council, and it will be in the minutes. And if that's what you need, it's on the minutes for the budget hearing. I'll say it again Wednesday if you need me to. And so this is all part of the plan. We gave you examples of what the county's doing and their programs that they have. So no funds will be expended. As far as the borrowed fund, it depends on, if it is, it would be internal borrowing like we do with the rest of the city funds. If something comes up that council wants to go ahead and move on and do, and the cash is not in that fund, it would be an internal borrowing like we do all the time, just when we pay checks and money hasn't come in a particular fund, and it does. But at this time, I don't think there'll have to be an external borrowing. Council's policy will be set, and depending on what you want to spend will be available there. The red light program you have not acted on yet, so that's an issue that still needs to be done. How much of economic activity will be expended will be in the council's control, and the items will come back to council when it's necessary. I mean, if you wanted to spend less or more, that is just a budget number that we're using.
Yeah. So then I'm just going to make sure that I'm clear, because we're not going to have any external borrowing to fund this.
It's not my intent, no, sir.
It's not your intent, but
unless council wants to. If council wants to go out and borrow money, but I don't think that's going to be necessary.
Would the chamber support us out borrowing money to fund this? Would they?
I think the way
And I appreciate it. I'm just trying to get some clarity here. Thank you.
the way the chamber works, Larry, is that the anything y'all bring forth goes to our executive committee for full vote and then to the board. So I'd have to see what you're talking about.
Okay.
And I have 3 weeks left, so Mr. Sandy Sansing will be taking over, and I'm sure he'd be glad to vet that too. But
Okay. Well, great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Barker and Mr. Reynolds. Yeah.
And if I may, Councilman Johnson, if a decision is made to borrow, that decision will be coming from this body.
Right.
So, you know, if this body doesn't want to borrow, then we won't borrow. There's no intent to borrow. You know, we can't look into the future and say that there might not be an incredible opportunity that might require that. I certainly can't look at that.
That's a good point, and I appreciate that.
But, you know, that ultimately, once again, comes back to this body.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I appreciate that.
Any other comments from council? Have you spoken once? I was going around.
Oh, I've spoken once, yes.
Councilman Wu? Go ahead, Councilman.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion.
Let me get another person.
Oh, okay.
Let's do this.
I was just curious if this economic development money would be available if a company required a certain level of city service that we don't currently have, such as the auxiliary life support system, in order to relocate here. Would that money then be able to come out of this fund, or would that be excluded? Is that part of what would be coming forth from the city? Or is this not even an option, you know, if they require a certain level of response? Is that something that could come out of the Economic Development Fund or not?
I don't think they've labeled any specificity regarding what they're going to do with the money. It's the economic development. I suspect if there's an economic development entity that folks want to try to utilize the money, it will come forth to this council, and then council can kick it back or accept it.
But in terms of what this council might allow, you have not had any discussions regarding whether any essential services improvements that a particular company might require would be part of that, is my question. There's been no discussion.
Is the question, gee, I sound like Mr. Messer. Is the question that somehow we would fund city services on this economic development fund?
Right. For instance, if they needed an extended gas line or something that ESP didn't have featured in, would that come out of these sorts of funds? Or if they required, you know, an ALS, or if they required any kind of city service that's not within the budget, but that they require, could that be funded out of this economic development fund, or is it only for outside?
Well, it's intriguing, and I, you know, again, if, for example, let's use the Pensacola Energy example. I don't know why that wouldn't be available, but again, you know, it would have to be based upon all the circumstances. But I think certainly that anything that, you know, this fund is designed to help businesses come here, and you know, that certainly would be something that if they require, then we would certainly look at it. So
okay, so nothing's off the table in terms of what they might require?
Correct.
All right,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks, and here I am again. Ms. Myers, you had a motion that you wanted to make?
Yes, I'd like to make a
Were
motion.
you next in line for that?
Pardon?
You were next in line, is that correct?
I believe so. Okay, this is my motion. Should the City Council approve the 2013 budget to include the Economic Development Incentive Fund program, no funds will be expended until Council adopts policies relating to the use of such funds.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on council? Ms. Myers?
I think that motion encapsulizes, am I using the right word?
You created a new interesting word.
Anyway, and kind of, anyway, you know what I mean. It's an uptown word, and I think it expresses the concerns that council has in a clear and concise manner, better than I'm speaking now. Anyway, y'all get the message.
Are you done, Ms. Myers?
Yes, sir.
Anyone else on council? Anyone in the public? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, ladies and gentlemen, where are we on this agenda? We're on the last item. That was the last item?
No, outside agency.
Item number 19, fiscal year 2013 budget, public hearing, response, outside agency, miscellaneous appropriation funding.
You're looking at
Ms.
me, I
Myers.
assume.
Yeah, Ms.
Okay,
Myers.
yes. I want to address two issues. One is I'm disappointed that we have not heard from the outside agencies that we're funding, and particularly the Human Relations Commission. I served on the Human Relations Commission for approximately 3 years, and I have the same concerns today that I had when I served on the commission. This commission is very important to all people in the city of Pensacola because this commission protects the rights of all citizens not to be discriminated against in the area of housing and employment. Having said that, I'm concerned because the commission has not followed, in my opinion, the fair housing ordinance that the city of Pensacola has implemented. That's their reason for existing, really. And not only our ordinance, but Escambia County has the exact same ordinance that we have. So the Human Relations Commission has to have a fair housing director. That person has tremendous powers. They have the power to subpoena witnesses, to hold hearings, and they don't. They don't do that. And the whole time I was on the commission, they didn't do that. And I often brought that issue up. And it really concerns me that I don't feel that the commission is enforcing this ordinance the way that it should be enforced. We have landlords who exploit persons who are elderly and persons with disabilities. These are landlords who specialize in renting to those particular segments of the population. I get complaints a lot about certain landlords in this city and in the county too. But if the Human Relations Commission did their job the way it's intended for them to do it in the ordinance, a lot of these systemic, terrible, abusive cases could be addressed. And that's why I think it's important to hear from these outside agencies that we fund. I don't need to know, I mean, I do need to know, but what's most important for me to know is not their financial statements that they send to Mr. Barker that he keeps track of. I want to know, are they really doing what they're supposed to do to serve a public purpose. The public person that we are providing taxpayer money to them to do. And so that part of our budget process disturbs me, that we have not heard from these outside agencies. So that's one issue. I would like at some point for us to ask the Human Relations Commission to do a presentation before this body, because we're giving them a large amount of money if you look at what we're giving other outside agencies. And I think that we need to hear from them. The second issue that I want to bring up is the funding we're giving to the Arts Council. I was not aware until after their presentation here a couple of times that they were receiving a fairly large amount of money from Escambia County. And I received an email this morning from C.J. Lewis regarding this issue, and his suggestions for the use of the extra $45,000 that we're giving to the Arts Council. Last year, we gave them, I think, $30,000. In this budget, it's been increased by $45,000. I would like to see that $45,000 put into public works and earmarked for the maintenance of the Veterans Memorial Park. I think it's just really horrendous that, that park struggles to be maintained. And I think that that would be the most appropriate use of that money. So I want to throw that out on the table before Wednesday night, is that I would like to see that extra $45,000 earmarked for Veterans Memorial Park maintenance, and it could easily be done by putting it over in Public Works.
Mr. Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just to give everyone kind of a behind-the-scenes look as to what some of the discussions have been in regards to Veterans Park. There certainly, and there currently are several individuals that are very interested in working to take care of that issue, and I have every confidence that at some point in the next few weeks, if not a month or two, that you'll start hearing more about that. And I'm at this point, based upon the discussions that I've heard, I'm not concerned about that issue at this point. Councilwoman Myers, I think that it will wash out and it will be taken care of.
Thank you. You finished?
Yes.
Councilman Spencer?
We don't have a motion, but may I offer my perspective on that? Because I was going to bring the Veterans Park up for new business, and I think I can.
Let's do that on the new business.
Okay, will do.
Okay.
Anything else on this outside agency? So come prepared.
Just really quickly, because you expressed a great deal of concern about outside agency, and we used to have an 8-hour meeting just on outside agency funding. And once the new form of government came in and, the budget started being done the way it is, we don't really have a lot of input into it, but we do have our policies that we can take a look at. And, there's several different aspects to outside agency funding that we may want to expand that outside agency requirement to say, obviously it needs to be in line with state statutes, but also if there is a requirement of the state that be part of their impact statement that they give us once a year, because they have to give us financial statements. They have to show that what they're doing benefits the citizens. So in that case, you're concerned about an exact item that you want them to be doing that the state requires, so that can be part of it. So we do, like I said last year when I was president, we had a whole 2 or 3 months that we had an opportunity to address our policies. So maybe after the budget is done, we can look at that a little closer.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, just a brief comment. And as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, that the Human Relations Commission is in some sort of a transition, and they expect to appoint a new executive director. But I'm also aware of the fact that there is some sort of joint venture going on between Escambia County and the housing concerns that you have and HRC, and I don't know if the funding was discontinued through the county for that, and that's some sort of shared relationship. But what I would like to do is to invite the staff from HRC and its board of directors to have a meeting here at City Hall down on the first floor so that we can all find out what everybody is doing. I don't know if it would need any county involvement at this level, at this time rather, but we need to find out what's going on and to let them present to us what they're doing. And that will simply mean that council members who have an interest in this, and since it's a fiduciary one, I think you should all have an interest, but we do in fact need to know what that agency is doing and if they're holding the kinds of hearings and ensuring to the citizens of the city of Pensacola that housing discrimination is not taking place. So without objection from the council, I'll call the chair and the interim executive director and invite them to meet here at a convenient time here at City Hall so that we can find out what the heck they're doing. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
I wasn't going to get into this, but, and I suspect that all of you know how that agency started, and it has never had the support of the county or the city, so you can't sit here and blame HRC. They have the necessary tools, and those are dedicated employees who wanted to do certain things, but they never had support to do certain things. They always had to beg for adequate funding, et cetera. So we can bring them in and tell them what they're going to do, but they need to have the somewhat idea that, hey, they're going to be supportive when they identify these housing discrimination, employment discrimination, those kinds of things. This particular agency is funded by the county and the city, as you well know, and it was started years ago. And I was involved in helping it get started. So I can tell you that it has been a viable agency, and it can continue to be a viable agency if they felt somewhat that they had support from the people who are funding them. But anyway, we can go ahead and do whatever you suggested, and that's fine. But be prepared to deal with this public hearing outside agency thing Wednesday, if you have. Now, we need to go back to item 18, and I understand you made a motion, so we need to get a motion to put it on the consent agenda since you voted unanimously. Okay. So can I get a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
I'll move second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. You want to ask me something? Okay, council communication and new business, please.
Okay, so I know I can't be wrong if you put both of those together, council communication and new business. Thank you. Really echoing what our city administrator, Mr. Reynolds, said, and about what was some hopeful news, optimistic news about the Veterans Memorial Park. While I have not had the opportunity yet and to speak personally with John Pritchard, president of the existing Veterans Memorial Park Foundation, Mr. Pritchard and I did meet at a basically an initial roundtable discussion that was facilitated, perhaps you read, by the Pensacola News Journal's Rob Johnson. Gulf Power was kind enough to let us use their facility. There were other veterans groups that were represented. We had a morning meeting several weeks ago. It preceded the Pensacola News Journal's launch of their new Homefront section. But the point of that meeting was to bring some representatives together from the military community that all cared deeply for the Veterans Memorial Park. And there was an agreement, and I was invited, by the way. I wasn't a I wasn't a walk-on. So I was invited to participate with them. And so what I hope that I can do is lead the way for us as a council to participate in updating what currently is a completely out-of-date lease, naming a lease that really names the Pensacola Wall South, as opposed to the current foundation that exists and is active. So we've got that, again, getting back to process and getting some housekeeping done. We as a city need to engage the proper party and identify budget discussions, certainly deal with perpetuity, thinking about how we as a council can help reconstruct a lease that outlives our personalities, our respective passions, and will protect that park long after we're gone. So I too am encouraged with the input and feedback that I received not only at the roundtable discussion, but from citizens themselves that want to participate in creating some sort of, I would say, legacy framework that includes funding in the lease. And that funding may just identify what those organizations may do. We've got some tremendously enthusiastic veterans with great skill sets beyond just pushing a lawnmower. We've got veterans that want to be part of helping write the language in the lease that, again, outlasts them. So I'm encouraged, and certainly C.J. Lewis offered an interesting idea, a concept, which really the end goal is the same that I think we share, and that is to restore the dignity to that park. Hopefully, before the even before the November 12th Veterans Day parade, perhaps what I envision is a nighttime illumination of the wall, which currently can't occur because there's all of the lights have been inoperable since Hurricane Ivan. But that may be long-winded, but I do feel that we as a council will be involved because I anticipate there will be a lease that will be updated and that we need to approve soon.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Some of you are aware that at the Complete Streets Committee, we had a discussion about doing a public input session, and we voted to ask the council for funding. And my apologies to those on the committee that it has taken me a while to gather information. I had a productive meeting with the West Florida Regional Planning Council last week to try to get a sense from them what kind of public input sessions they would recommend, and I'll bring that to the committee. But that's just my way of explaining that. Look for next time on the agenda some requests for funding for a public input session or structure regarding the Complete Streets effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just going back to the previous discussion, Mr. Spencer, and the comments made by Ms. Myers, and that was brought to my attention in a recent meeting, and you may know more about this story than I do, Mr. Townsend, but it was brought to my attention that even though the county has taken some steps to recognize and to have a memorial at Johnson's Beach in remembrance of Resmondo Johnson, it was brought to my attention, and I have not read all of the names on the wall south, but as a 17-year-old soldier, he was one of the first, actually, to lose his life in the Korean War, and as a veteran, he's not mentioned at that park at all. So if we're going to remember him and remember vets, it's one heck of a trip to Gulf Beach Highway to get to Johnson's Beach when we have a memorial park downtown and Rismondo's not mentioned in that park. So we would like to add his name or a plaque or a statue or something recognizing his contributions in pursuit of battle for his country. And I don't know if you're familiar with that whole story, being the first to die. Somehow he managed to get enlisted at 17, but yet he's not mentioned. And I don't know how that happened when we were putting together the Memorial Park. But I want to have his name added for consideration to any improvements or updates or any of the things that we're doing.
We can explore that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Well, I want to mention, you possibly can, and I thought that's what you were going to mention about Woodland Heights
Groundbreaking ceremony.
That's 10 o'clock this coming
Thursday, September 13th.
So we can really applaud Councilman Gerald for his effort and stick-to-itness, if I can use that word, to get this accomplished. And so if you're free, I would encourage you all to try to come out and see that.
You're all invited.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I'm going to try to make this. I'm going to try to make this quick. You know, I made some comments at our last, not today, but our last CR meeting about disclosure, about our chief of staff and who he does business with privately that he might be doing business with publicly. And, you know, I really appreciate the comments that I received from folks, you know, saying, you know what, that's really not an unreasonable request, that really is really appropriate. That I want to thank all those folks that stopped me in the street and mentioned that. So I'm considering a motion right now that, that we have a part-time contract employee that has a private law practice. I drive by the sign every day on 13th and Cervantes. And yet, there seems to be a question if he's doing business with folks or entities that do business with the city, if he's doing business with them privately and also publicly, which I think is very inappropriate. And I could give some examples, but, you know, we can all kind of come up with our own examples and on our own, I'm sure. But, you know, if there's no problem, then I don't see any problem why he wouldn't submit that list. But I just really feel like after talking, you know, people stopped me in the street talking to me about this, and then also running it by other folks and people saying, you know, this is real, that's really appropriate. I mean, you know, this administration, this city hall, we talk about openness and transparency, and you know, I think it's time that we have that list. And so I would like to make a motion that we have Thursday presented to us. A list of his client list that he currently has, that he's doing business with privately, that also businesses coming before the city in a public matter also.
Second.
You know, and I hear you, and I'm going to act on that motion, but I hate for this council to start venturing out on doing an investigation without providing any specific evidence to this group that we have a problem. I would hate for somebody to make some charges against and bring it against me, and you can't cite anything specifically as to what actually is going on. I'm not certain it's appropriate that we do that, and I don't think this council has the authority to do that. So I'd like to get an opinion from council here in that regard, because, and I understand where you're coming from.
Well, you know,
but if you got evidence, let's bring forth that, and then we can cite it and go forward. But I don't want to go out on doing an investigation on folks without any kind of specific evidence. Could you please give us an opinion on that?
Right there, but you know, Mr. Messer, I think, routinely identifies people that he does business with privately. I think Mr. Samuel Bearden was an example. When he came before this council a few months ago, he said, you know, and I appreciate the honesty and openness and transparency of that. But Mr. Messer himself says, you know, I do business with Mr. Bearman privately. and now we're talking about doing publicly. I don't see anything that's out of line. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. If there's no problem, then let's be open and transparent. I mean, to me, it makes sense. And if there is some questions out there in the community, let's just have it answered. I don't really see unless there's something to hide. If there's nothing to hide, then what's the problem? Mr. Messer, I'd like to hear from you if that's.
Well, that's thank you, Councilman Johnson, at this late hour to present me with that sticky lollipop. I appreciate that.
Getting it out of mine.
Exactly. Well, first of all, I would say that, the Florida Code of Ethics requires all attorneys to be, among other things, self-reporting. So, for example, each attorney is required to disclose a conflict that attorney knows of. So, under that analysis, I disclosed at one point my business relationship with Mr. Behrman, and I would hope that other attorneys that are bound by the Code of Ethics would undertake the same self-disclosure.
So what does that mean?
Now, tell me again the question. I mean,
Well,
I'm not.
Well,
If you're at
a motion has been put forth here that we ask
Chief of Staff.
Chief of Staff.
Part-time contract employee.
Who is a contract employee.
Part-time
contract employee, to give us a list of his clients, so we can make a determination as to whether there's conflict of interest, I guess.
Well, if he's doing business with them privately, and he's also doing business with them publicly, I would like to see that list, and I would like details of why that's acceptable, if there is such a thing. Is that unreasonable? I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable at all.
Well, again, I sort of go back to what in a vacuum, if you're asking me if that's an unreasonable request, I would say it's probably not an unreasonable request, but I would think that before we make that request, that there ought to be some sort of basis for it. I mean, if the question is, does the council have the authority, I would think the council has the authority. The question is, what's the individual going to do? I don't know if there's any way to compel that information. And look, I'll admit I'm struggling here. I mean, it's an interesting question, and I'm not here to comment on someone's ethics or lack of ethics. I just go back, quite honestly, the framework is set up for individuals to be self-reporting. And I don't know what else to say other than that.
So what I'm hearing from you, that it's okay for us to do this?
I'm not trying to dodge this. I'm just saying that, okay is a qualitative word. I don't know if it's okay or not. I'm saying that if there's a motion that's seconded and there's 5 votes, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's not illegal for you to do that, and you're going to have to deal with the response.
Okay, questions, comments, you got a motion second, and you know what the motion is. Question? Yes?
Well, I wasn't here when...
You're an attorney. Give us some insight.
Well, it's not a matter of being an attorney. The motion is to ask Mr. Asmar to disclose the names of any clients he has privately that are also clients of the city of Pensacola. Is that correct?
Vendors, clients,
Lobbyists.
the whole gamut of legalese that you attorneys understand and us lay people.
Well, I do think that that's important. We do have a code of ethics for employees and council members and public officials to go by. I think everybody should be bound by that code of ethics. The council certainly has the authority to investigate and subpoena records. However, what concerns me, though, and what I haven't heard is while you may have a suspicion of something, what is the factual basis for the motion? I would like to see a factual basis for the motion rather than just going on a fishing expedition.
This is not a fishing expedition. I have a particular someone in mind, and I'm going to, it'd be very curious to me, and I really don't want to name that entity. I don't think that that's appropriate either. But I have someone in mind that I can tell you that I have. I'll raise my right hand and swear to it. And I would be very curious to see if he comes forth and says that he represents them. It will be very interesting to see that. But I'm not on a fishing expedition. I'm not going down some bunny trail. I have some information that I'm bringing forward to this council. If this council doesn't want to support me, then I understand that. But if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to hide.
Okay, I'd like to respond to that, okay? I would love to support this motion. However, I find it hard to justify it when I don't have some factual basis. And if you have information that someone is possibly doing something unethically, I think you have an obligation to bring it before the city council, even if you have to disclose the name. Otherwise, I can't go there because, I'm reminded at my age when I was growing up of the McCarthy era. And we just cannot go, without some factual basis. And I believe you when you say that you have that information. But I think that it is incumbent upon you ethically, if you know that, in fact, that may even be in our code of ethics, if you know that someone is doing something that's unethical and they are an employee or a public official, they're bound by our code of ethics, and I think that you need to bring those facts to the city council, and I won't support the motion until I have a more factual basis. But I will, if you have a factual basis, and I believe you do, based on what you're saying, but I need to know that.
Let me ask, if I could interrupt you just for 1 second then. Is it McCarthy-era tactics that we must disclose at the beginning of every CRA meeting if we have ownership and property in the CRA?
No, but what I'm saying to you is that you have the information, but I don't.
But isn't that the same thing then?
But I need, in order to support your motion, to ask Mr. Asmar to do something, then I need to know why the factual basis for asking him to do it.
But see, I think if you're calling this McCarthy-era tactics, and maybe that's not your exact words, but you know what I'm trying to say, then any financial disclosure that I do as a public official, or anything, pertaining to that, then you could use that same analogy for that then,
No, because what you're doing is you're not disclosing to us the factual basis upon which you're making the motion.
But we're being asked to disclose. But anyhow.
I think
going
back and forth
it's
here.
an interesting debate. But
That was my specific point initially, in terms of some specifics that you had, and then I felt that we would be on firm ground, and I just feel reluctant to do that without any factual, that's just me, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I want to go back to the CRA meeting that we actually had this issue come up at, and this council, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, a motion was made that we request that list. When Mr. Asmar was the CRA staff member,
contact person.
staff contact and advising, just like the memo that went out advising council and the CRA on CRA matters. And Mr. Johnson made a request of that list to ensure that there was not a conflict, and this council supported him. The next meeting of the CRA, it was announced that he is no longer the staff contact for the CRA, that Mr. Reynolds has replaced him. But he is still involved in matters with the city that are affecting the CRA, and I think that's what Mr. Johnson is trying to say to us. We supported this to begin with. There was a change in his title, but it doesn't change the impacts that he has, and if there is a conflict, we need to understand that. I trust my honorable colleague on the other side of the table that says there's a concern here. There was a concern at that meeting of the CRA, and I don't remember specifically what we were considering, but we heard his concerns then, and I believe you made a motion and it was seconded, and that list was requested at that time. So we may not even need a motion. It may simply be that Mr. Asmar respond to the initial request. Didn't we? Didn't you make a motion at that time?
I don't recall that. I know that we had the discussion, and then 3 days later, he was removed as a contact person, which is almost kind of a red flag itself, I mean, to be honest with you, but.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is an odd situation because to some extent, anyone working for this city might have ties to someone else. They could have a cousin's brother's uncle's friend who is involved with the city's business, and then as an ethical person, they should say, I will abstain from discussing this, promoting it, whatever, with the mayor. And so even with that list, and I don't know any of the details. I don't get in the same gossip circles, I guess. But, it is conceivable that he could just say, yes, I represent Mr. Smith on other things, and anytime Mr. Smith's name is mentioned in City Hall, I go, as Councilwoman DeWeese one time said, la, 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 la. Yeah, and
Don't want to hear it.
And so I don't know that having this information will answer any questions for us. Though, so I won't support the motion, but I would like to see Mr. Johnson approach Mr. Asmar and say, here are my concerns. Refute or deny, accept or deny these to my face so that I can be assured. Because, we're only as good as our word, and I would hope, particularly with the requirements of the bar, that Mr. Asmar will be an honorable person. Some people might doubt that, but that's all we can hope for. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Legal question. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I kind of understand where we're trying to go. But my thinking would be, as a city employee, and this is a legal question, Mr. Messer, could Mr. Asmar be restricted from doing business? Because as Ms. Pratt pointed out, that list could change and be ongoing as people come before the city to do business in the future. This week it may be one Joe, next week it may be Willie, and it'll go on, and that'll be an ongoing report. Could the city, as a city employee, in Mr. Asmar's capacity, could the city then restrict him, as we've been restricted from contacting staff, et cetera? Could he be issued a similar directive not to do business with people who are going to do business, who are engaging in business with the city? Could that restriction be made?
Remember this, my understanding of the chief of staff is that he's a vendor to the city, not an employee.
Okay. Okay. Clear?
I think we're dealing with, as earnest as Councilman Johnson is in his request, and as I think well-grounded as the request may be, I don't know, and certainly, Mr. Messer, that's why I think the heads were starting to turn in your direction as we begin to ask, what is this obligation of this vendor as opposed, in contrast to us as elected officials that clearly have read the not so fine print about what are the troubled waters that we are not to navigate in, and if we fear that we're getting dangerous, precariously close to that line, we have an opportunity that is close to an obligation to recuse ourselves from influencing in any way the outcome of an issue that most fundamentally will benefit us personally, individually, or those that perhaps are connected to us through business or partnerships, marriage, etc. But in this case, I think, Councilman Johnson, your inquiry might be able to navigate successfully through the waters of sunshine law in the form of a letter that is directed to the mayor who has hired this individual, that specifically outlines what you are requesting, and such correspondence can be, as we all know, circulated to us through the clerk with a request within the body of that letter that we as a council be fully informed. You can take on the laborious task of determining, do you want to begin to designate timeframes and how that list is, as Councilman Gerald's pointed out, it's a dynamic list. So how often are we given the newest and latest live reports on this person's ongoing activity or business interest? But I think you've made it clear that you have a concern. I think time is of the essence is the message I'm hearing, given the passion of your appeal. And I just think, again, we've just been reminded this is a vendor, not an elected official like us. We understand what your goals are, and you know what? If the mayor and that particular individual choose to refrain from responding, then that opens up perhaps another door. But that's my suggestion.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. Rather than this council voting that it coming from the council. That would be my opinion. There's a motion out here and a second. And unless you want to pull it and...
No, I say let's vote on it, and then my intentions are known publicly, and I would welcome, if the motion fails, I would welcome Mr. Asmar to take it upon himself to provide that list. So I'll make that request publicly. If this motion fails, that I publicly request him to give us that list if this motion fails. And anybody want to put a cup of coffee on it that we won't see the list. But anyhow, if you want to, I'll call the question.
Okay, question's been called, and you know what the motion is. All in favor of said motion, please raise your hand. Opposers? Motion like. Okay, anything else to come forward? Yes.
I just wanted to bring up one other budgetary matter. I do have a problem with the chief of staff being a vendor, and that rather than an employee. And that's something we could always address, and the budget is to defund that position. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you.
He wasn't, you weren't listening.
I'm sorry, I was turning my computer.
I said, I have a problem with the chief of staff being a vendor rather than an employee, and we can always, through the budget, defund that position.
Well, that's an excellent idea. With all the crime in our city, it'd be nice to have maybe a couple more police officers on the street trying to combat some of this violent crime we have in our city.
Any other come before us?